Morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Marge.
Oh, there we are. Okay.
Yes. Can you hear us, Marge?
I can. I can. I came
Great.
I came racing into my office because one of the clocks in my house said it was 10:01 and I was in absolute panic. But technology. All right. I think I have everything. I assume that there's somebody at Highmore in case people do land there and
Yes,
they
the superintendent is aware of the change, so.
okay. And could people log in from there if they needed to? I mean, if they'd driven a ways rather than have them drive all the way home or whatever, or
Yes.
okay. Well, that's good. Leaving page. Cancel. Save. All right. Good morning, everybody else. Hi, Tori. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Marge.
Has this stretch of weather just not been the most perfect thing ever? I mean, seriously. I mean, all right. Obviously, I don't grow crops, and so the lack of water is not something that I appreciate that. But my God, it's gorgeous. Morning, Carol.
Sorry, good morning.
That's all right. I saw your lips move. It was okay. Actually, when the picture first popped up, I went, "Oh my God, that's my desk." Oh, always lots of stuff stacked up and lots of busy. So,
And I don't know how to make my background fuzzy, so otherwise I would do it.
oh no, no, I just stuck my barn on mine because it's fun. Actually, my even more fun picture is if I can find it. If I stop the video, that's my Mr. Jiminy. Oh. And if my actually if my connection goes to its usual, I'm tired of working right now, then you'll have to look at Mr. Jiminy for a bit. So
It's a great photo.
it's fun. After 20 years, he was only the second goat we've ever brought in the house. And he has a series of music videos and runs around in a onesie and diapers. And it was an experience. And he still, when I go out in the barn, he still is determined that I'm mom. And he weighs now 100. Now at 100 pounds, it's a little harder for that. But at least he doesn't always try to get on my lap anymore. So, all right. 10:02. In the interest of moving forward and respecting everybody's time, we will get started. And as people come along, we will do this. First of all, I just want to say thank you for everybody's flexibility in terms of this meeting being remote. Obviously, we had very much hoped to be at Highmore, and as part of our work, had intended to do a tour of the facility and look at the needs there and that sort of thing. But as the meeting was getting set up, Lee said he sat in the equipment shed for about an hour, and it was pretty uncomfortable at that point in terms of being cold. And if you close the door in a metal building, then you don't have internet. So it was like either warm or internet, and we actually needed both. And because it was so late in the process, finding another location just really wasn't feasible. So I do apologize for that. But again, thank you all for your flexibility in doing this. We are going to try to make this day go as reasonably as possible, given that we're all, I mean, I'm having some post-traumatic COVID stuff from planning on sitting in a Zoom call for most of the day. So expect we all are. So we'll take a couple of breaks in here and, and again, try to get it going. So first of all, I'm Marge Kilkelly. I'm the chair of the Board of Agriculture, and again, welcome you to the meeting. What I want to do first is to give us a chance for people to introduce themselves. I know we do have some new folks on here and some guests. We're delighted to see the Chancellor. Thank you very much, Chancellor, for being here. So if people could I will call names because I find that that's like the easiest, most efficient way to do it. So if I miss somebody at the end, please just shout out that I haven't gotten to you yet. But we will start with the Chancellor.
So I was looking forward to being at Highmore Farm again. That would have been my second visit this year. I was with a number of you a couple of months ago, and when it was very hot at the farm, if I remember correctly. But it was a great meeting, I thought, and it is a beautiful, beautiful place, and one that I know played a role in the establishment of this agricultural board. So having said that, if you hear a dog barking in the background, it's because I'm with you from my home, and the dog keeps an eye on the front door, and anything that goes by gets a bark. So just be prepared for that. Great to be with you today.
It's just such a wonderful Maine way of doing things, because mine's probably going to do the same thing. President Verini Mundy.
Unmuting. Morning, everybody. We're together here in my conference room with a few others, but delighted to be able to say hello. I too have been looking forward to going to Highmore. Always love to get there, particularly in the fall, and it's so lovely. But in any case, happy to see you all here on Zoom. I'm Joan Verini Mundy. I'm the president of the University of Maine and the University of Maine at Machias, as well as vice chancellor for research and innovation for the humane system.
Do you, President Money, do you want to have the folks that are with you introduce themselves at this point? That might be the most.
Okay, that will
Efficient?
probably be efficient. Dean Rowland.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dean Rowland, the Dean of the College of Earth, Life and Health Sciences and Director of the Maine Agricultural and Forest Experiment Station.
And Lee.
And I'm Lee Hecker. I'm the Assistant Director of the Maine Agricultural and Forest Experiment Station, and I'm taking over as clerk of this Board of Agriculture.
Great. And Dean Carter.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Hannah Carter, Dean of Cooperative Extension and also a member of the Board of Ag.
And Jason.
Morning, everybody. Jason Charlin, Senior Advisor to the President and Director of Research Development.
That's it.
Great.
Marge.
Thank you very much. John Boland.
Morning, everyone. John Vollen. I'm down the hall from the president. I don't think any of our rooms are heated yet here. So whether we stayed out in the barn at Highmore or here, it wouldn't have made a difference. But it's good to see everyone. I'm the provost here at the University of Maine and University of Maine at Machias.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Beal.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, Amanda Beal. Sorry if I sound a little froggy. I'm nursing a fall cold here that I'm going to get over soon. And sorry, I can't seem to turn on my camera. I am in a part of the state with very low internet bandwidth. So I'm just glad that the audio is working and I can see all of you. So thank you.
Won't it be nice, Commissioner, when we all know people who can actually get internet connectivity to all of us rural folks? I mean, seriously.
Great.
Chairman Pluker.
I also am under the weather here, so I'll fly with my camera off, but glad to be here. I'm Bill Pluker, the Chairman of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee in the State House.
And a member of the committee. Great. Tori.
Good morning. My name is Tori Jackson. I'm the Program Leader for Agriculture and Natural Resources at Cooperative Extension.
Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Burnett. I'm a faculty in horticulture in the School of Food and Agriculture in the College of Earth, Life and Health Sciences.
Great. Justin.
Justin Gray, and I'm representing the Vegetable and Small Fruit Growers Association.
Kevin.
Kevin Waldemath, representing the Agricultural Council of Maine and serving as the Board of Agriculture's Vice Chair.
Jim Dill.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jim Dill, University of Maine Cooperative Extension, legislator, and on and off again, member of the board.
There's a lot of us retreads on there, aren't there, Jim? Amber.
Good morning, Amber Lamke, Maine Grains here in Skowhegan, Maine, and I serve on the Board of Agriculture as President Farini Mundy's appointee from the University of Maine. Thank you.
Carol.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Woodcock, and I work for Senator Susan Collins out of her Bangor office.
Sherry.
Good morning, Sherry Hamill, State Executive Director for USDA Farm Service Agency.
Ryan.
Hi there, Ryan Dennett. I'm the Program Director at MOFGA, the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association.
Mark.
Morning, everyone. Mark Hutton. I'm the Extension Vegetable Specialist and also Associate Professor of Vegetable Crops.
Nice background.
Thank you. That's your trip to Highmore right there.
That's what I was thinking. I have an apple in front of me just to celebrate the fact that we should be at Highmore. Eric.
Good morning, everybody. Eric Venturini. I'm the Executive Director of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine and the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine appointee on the Board of Ag.
My former colleague, Scott.
Thanks, Marge. Hey, everybody. Scott Wilkinson. I work in Senator Angus King's office. I am out of Augusta.
Sam.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sam Warren. I'm Director of Government Relations and External Affairs for the University of Maine Systems.
Sebastian.
Good morning, everybody. Sebastian Bell with the Maine Aquaculture Association.
Peyton.
Good morning, Peyton Janakis. I'm a fruit and vegetable researcher and cooperative extension based at Highmore Farm.
Phil.
Good morning, all. Phil Fannin. I'm Assistant Professor of Agricultural Entomology here at Mayfies, and I'm kind of happy we're remote because I'm going to use this time to catch up on a lot of grading.
We'll be asking you questions. There'll be a test at the end, Phil, so you want to be careful of that.
I'll be ready.
Okay. Serge?
Serge Drage, University of Maine, IT support.
And we so appreciate you, especially today. Joseph.
Joseph Kennedy, University of Maine Media Services, and making sure host of this meeting goes well technically as well.
Thank you. George.
Hi, folks. George Kreiner, former clerk of Board of Ag, former faculty member of Board of Ag, associate director of the experiment station, and I'll be muting my view just because I'm doing some home health care and I'll be up and down some, but all's well.
Good. We're glad. Speedy recovery to your wife. Zach.
Good morning, Zach Smesher from Congressman Golden's office.
Okay. Did I forget anybody? Whew. All right. With all the crazy notes I made, I'm surprised. Can we pull the agenda up, please? So that we can I'll take a look at that.
We're working on it, Marge.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine.
So do you want us to go down, right now it's approving the meeting minutes.
Well, we usually just review the agenda first and then do that, but that's okay. We can either way. To give them a chance to get the agenda up, have members received the minutes from February, April, and August? Are there any, we can do this collectively unless there are some specific concerns, but are there changes or concerns or amendments or adjustments that need to be made in any of those? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from February, April, and August?
So moved from Amber.
Okay.
Seconded, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm such a weird stickler for Roberts that the chair is never supposed to ask for a second. Okay, those in favor of approving the minutes? Hang on, I suddenly can't see anything. Okay. Anyone contrary minded? Any abstentions? Approved unanimously. All right, so we've approved the minutes and now we have the agenda up. And so we will be hearing from the Chancellor and the President this morning. we will have a roundtable discussion on the congressionally directed spending opportunities and priorities and thoughts about what members would like to see. Announcements and future meeting date themes. Talk about the Ag Trade Show and Hall of Flags plan lunch. And then we're going to be talking about the effort that the university is going through now for reviewing their programs, and we've made some priorities on that. So are there, and then there's new business. Are there other things that, or any changes that anybody needs to make in that? I would suggest that we might take, we'll take our lunch break. If we can move it up a little bit to take it from 12 to 12:30, that would be great. And then move along because it is going to be a long day of sitting, and again, apologize for that. But any changes in the agenda? Okay, let us move forward then. I'm going to move that over there. I have two screens, and for some reason they're just being really weird. But whatever. So our first order of business this morning is the annual I'm sorry. Somebody? Okay, sorry, I thought I heard something. Oh, that's the other thing is, again, chairing this size meeting remotely is a challenge. If there is, if somebody needs to say something, either, you try to use the raise hand thing. If that doesn't work, just yell at me. I'm fine. I'm flexible. It's all right. And I just want to make sure that even though we are remote, that everybody has full and ample opportunity to have input into what's going on and do what we need to do. So at this point, it's my pleasure to introduce or welcome, I guess, Chancellor Malloy to the Board of Agriculture. And we're delighted that you joined us and hope that we can have lots more conversations moving forward because your role and our role are all very important. And the more we can work together, the better off we all are. So, Chancellor Malloy, thank you.
Hey, it's great to be with you. I failed to get the no tie memo, so I apologize for having a tie on. But it's great to be with all of you. I have a long-term appreciation of agriculture as a major part of New England State's operations, jobs. I mean, the idea that you all are supporting the number of jobs or many of you are supporting, I should say, so many jobs in the state of Maine, in the fields that touch this board's purview, and very much appreciate the work that you all are doing. I know that the origins of this board really came about in 1998 when there was, in fact, a movement to close Highmore Farms, which now, based on my knowledge of the additional properties that our system own, I can't imagine ever seeing Highmore no longer, and certainly have a great appreciation. By the way, in my prior job, in 1 year, Connecticut had more new farms created than any other state in New England. I took great pride in that, based on my background and working with that industry in Connecticut. Again, a very important part of that state's economy. Having said all of that, I have to tell you part of the news about our system. Our system, over a period going back to fiscal year 13, had not seen increases in charges to students for 7 of those years. during which time, and no criticism being made of the state or the legislature, during that same period of time, the yearly appropriation did not allow us to keep in balance with inflation, for instance. And I'm sure many of you have read or heard about the underinvestment, and actually, quite frankly, seen the underinvestment that our system has made in itself, now thought to be as at a minimum $1.6 billion on the facilities side. Something that we are addressing, by the way, that we have increased funding for infrastructure, and which we need to do our job. We need to do that to maintain our student body, and the wants and wishes of students change rather rapidly, and we need to be on top of that. So we have some strong fiscal wins. We do have a request submitted according to statute to the governor's office that would see increased dollar flow to the system for perhaps the first time outpacing inflation if we were to be awarded 6%. I hope that that's the case, because we have, in the same period of time that I'm talking about, seen the contribution of the state go from about 70% of our total requirements to 50%. And by the way, getting back to 50% this year was important to us all. Having said that, we're well aware that the system is that the state is constrained and sometimes have to make very difficult decisions. Having said that, we are supportive of this board. We are supportive of the industry and all of the separate parts of the industry that are covered by this board, and do look forward to continuing to work with you. Having said that, this is largely an advisory board. We take that advice very seriously, and if there are ever questions or discussions that you would like to have in a smaller vehicle, feel free to call my office, and I will set up a meeting with you. I'm not shy. I'm the youngest of 8 children. So happy to have as many meetings as necessary to make sure that we are sharing the information necessary for all of us to understand one another and to work together as we do. I think of our system as having several charges. One is to educate young people, and now increasingly people who are coming back to university after years away. That mission helps drive the economy in Maine. We are also the largest importer of out-of-state talent amongst all of the entities in the state. And we are proud that when students come to Maine from other states, we retain, I should say, a very significant portion of those students who then become Mainers, even though they're from away. We appreciate that part of our mission of growing and supporting the economy. And that very much does include, again, all of the fields under the purview of this commission. I would also say that we do have one R1 university, the one that you're most familiar with, the University of Maine. A number of you are graduates of that program, I know, and or have sent children or grandchildren to programs at that university. I'm very proud to be working with Joan Farini-Mundy, who has turned out to be just a wonderful colleague, a wonderful president, and someone who was very thoughtful about making very difficult decisions. I'm proud that she and I speak almost on a daily basis, and on many occasions 4 or 5 times on a daily basis. And she responded to a request that I made, that she also oversee research on the system-wide basis, largely to promote additional research being done at some of our smaller universities, and to make sure that that our system had a stronger tie to that research mission than it did prior to my getting here, and we continue to be interested in doing that. But I do want to say that working with Joan and her team of people, many of whom I've come to know very, very well, I really appreciate that work. I also want to say that we do take this job seriously. We do take research seriously. I see Jim Dill frequently. He reminds me of that obligation when I see him, and I've taken more tours of his facility than I think any other facility in all of our constellation of facilities across the state. Having said that, with a $1.6 billion deficit on infrastructure investment, there are, again, additional ways to spend that money and to catch up, and we are doing that, and we're doing that by looking at other ways of financing those operations so that they might put less, have less impact on the appropriations that we get on a year-to-year basis. Also, I want to say that we also take advances and research being applied in our state very seriously. I've been happy to visit a number of farms across the state during the time that I've been here to see research facilities across the state. And like many of you, I suppose, gave a great shout out when the caribou russet story appeared, and we came to understand how advanced we are. And by the way, only one of 3 states to have produce larger amounts of potatoes as part of their agricultural background. So happy to be part of that. Quite frankly, when I talk to people from other states, I point out that the caribou russet was invented in Maine, and that's the caribou we're talking about. Having said that, we also have a number of people involved in many other forms of research associated with various parts of the industries, again, under the purview of this board. I think we are making real headway. Many of you may have also seen stories about the fact that we currently have more students than we've had in the immediate past. We're very proud of that. I think we're sending a different message to the people of Maine in particular, but also in New England and the rest of the nation, that we have a lot of talent here and a lot of programs that don't exist elsewhere, and people should join us. And we are continuing to celebrate that. And quite frankly, that's in spite of the very difficult demographics that Maine represents for us to attract students to our universities. And yet this year we're up. Very proud of that. I think it also speaks well of the programs that we offer. I will go back again. I think we are hopeful that Governor Mills, as she prepares her budget, will take into consideration the budget requests that we have. We will. I'm certain in the not too distant future we'll have a sit down meeting with it, including other people from the system and our chair of the trustees. To have that discussion about what the governor might recommend from our initial request. Those are some of the things that I wanted to share with you. Probably you might have questions. More than happy to answer those questions on whenever the chair decides we should do that. Again, I hope I've helped cover some of the items that might have come to your mind. I should also say, one other thing, we have been blessed with some additional investments by the private sector and philanthropy. And I think we are spending those dollars wisely again to make sure that we remain conservative in our expenditures, but wise in our investments. With that, I think that kind of sums up what I wanted to say in an opening statement, but when and if you want me to answer questions, happy to take those. And again, I will emphasize, also always happy to have a meeting with any one of you or with the board or with the leadership of the board.
Great. Thank you so much. Questions?
Could I say one other thing?
Of course you can.
I want to say to Carol Woodcock, I love your office. It looks a lot like mine, but now you've fuzzed it out, and I can't be assured it's as messy as mine. So. Sorry.
Thank you. It's very messy, and I found the button to fuzz it, so I'm so excited.
Oh, I've had a sign on my desk since I was in the House many years ago that says a cluttered desk is a sign of genius. Wow. I just wear it and proud. Questions for the Chancellor? And I don't know if I need to go between these things or if
While you're asking, let me just say this.
Sure.
I failed to say how important Sam Warren is, both at the legislative and the communications side of the job that she's undertaken, and I very, very much appreciate the work that she does. She's a straight shooter, straight talker, and I know has shared a lot of information with you all on an ongoing basis, and I can tell you that I'm enjoying working with her, and she is doing a good job for us.
Great, great. Questions from or clarifications or anything from any of the members? Eric, okay.
Good morning. Thank you, Chancellor Malloy, for the presentation. I'm starting to hear from a lot of different folks that there's already some projections for cuts to the next fiscal year budget, in the order of maybe $7, $8, $9 million. Not certain, and I'm wondering if you could speak more about that.
I'm not sure total expenditures by the system would fall into the category that you've talked about. I will say that there is a substantial pressure by our board to make sure that each of the universities is covering its expenses and not relying on resources that may be set aside for the system for emergencies. And I think that that's a wise fiscal policy. Our hope is that as we fight to increase our population, both by attracting additional students and maintaining the students that we have, that's going to be important. With respect to expenditures, expenditures go up and go down on a regular basis, depending on a number of factors. That is how much money is available to be spent, and whether we can maintain the number of programs or people or people in positions as we take these very serious challenges. I think, again, I'll go back to the idea that we are still celebrating a small increase, but nonetheless an increase when we were predicting a smaller population, substantially smaller population than we ended up with. So all of that remains to be looked at. I know each of the individual universities is preparing their budgets as we speak, but they have those need not be presented to us quite yet. Although we work on budgets on a 12-month basis, we tend to concentrate that between the periods of time between January and May or June when we finalize a budget. So there's a lot of work to do. A lot of that will also depend on what is the appropriation from the legislature that the governor agrees with.
Other questions?
I should say I have my fingers crossed.
We all do. Yeah.
Let me just use that.
Sure.
One thing is that I think to the extent that we can work together to have folks understand the infrastructure challenges is very significant. And the reality is one of the reasons we were losing students to some of the other state universities in New England was that we had not made some of the investments necessary to keep those students in Maine. And I think that's a sin. And so we are doing our best to address that. I should also say, with the help of our federal delegation, you should understand that we've been very, very successful in large part because of Senator Collins, but also the entire delegation in bringing additional dollars to the state in support of infrastructure, in support of additional programs, and support of additional research opportunities. It really has been quite grand over the last few years, and do want to say how grateful we are.
And just to follow up on that, I mean, one of the things that we've been doing as a board is visiting different, the different facilities and just getting a better understanding in terms of the ag aspect of that. And I remember walking into the classroom at Whittier and, you know, having somebody say, well, this looks the same as it did 30 years ago when I was a student. That doesn't help attract students, but we're delighted about the dairy barn and the work that's being done there. Also in the greenhouse facility, sitting in a classroom and having a furnace start. And it's like, we can't hear the person who's talking. How does that work for students? And so, you know, there are those concerns that, you know, that certainly, you know, are pretty top on our list, appreciating that system-wide, you know, there are a number of others as well. But that is one of our charges in our statute is facilities and capacity. So, you know, that's something we're looking at. On another piece, one of the things that we talk a lot about on the board is the fact that much of the benefit that comes from MAFAS and from extension is not much, some is related not to students, but to the economy. So as a farmer, I get a lot of information from the university through extension, through research, but I haven't been a student there. I'm a student in other places. And so I'm not a tuition paying person. And Nick Smith is one that just does a great job talking about this. And he is alumni, by the way, but, you know, but without soil testing and without some of the other things, his business would be significantly hampered. He's not paying tuition now. So that, you know, when you talk about the different universities and, you know, the student part of it, the one thing that we do talk about a lot is that as the land grant, there's this obviously additional task, this additional charge that, you know, isn't necessarily student driven. We're happy that we've been hearing more about certificate programs, for example, that might be of great value to some of the folks in ag, aquaculture, forestry, and other industries that are not necessarily degree based, but, you know, skills based, so that we can, you know, get people out there. So we're excited about that stuff. But that is one of the challenges that we see, is that, you know, it isn't all about students at a land grant. So just, I know you know that, but
yeah, but let me respond to that. What I would say to you is that there was an unwritten rule in our system that we not talk about our land grant, sea grant, space grant, research university, flagship university. I changed all that. The reality is that one university represents clearly 50% of what we do, and has on top of that, based on students, has really the vast majority of research being undertaken that impacts the state of Maine. So yeah. I changed the rules, and B, I am very supportive of the University of Maine playing the lead role in supporting you all. And quite frankly, I take great pride in the fact that it's doing that. Having said that, it doesn't erase the real fiscal challenges that we face. And as I said, if you go from 70% to 50% coming from one direction, that's a significant change. We have responded to that, and intend to respond to that. But I can't fail to point out that our expenses are going up much more rapidly than either the tuition that we're allowed to raise or the dollars coming from state government. What we are seeing is some additional dollars, and I hopefully expressed appropriately our thanks to the congressional delegation. That is a win area for us, but we need a lot more wins to do everything that you would want us to do, and quite frankly, everything that we would want to do.
Totally agree. And it wasn't meant as a criticism. It was just bringing you up to speed in terms of one of the things that we've talked about a great deal, that that is, you know, one of the unique aspects. And on that, and I know that, you know, your comments about the private sector and philanthropy, I mean, that's another thing that we've talked about on the board. You know, how can we be helpful in seeking out opportunities where there may be organizations that we're aware of that are interested, in fact, in funding some, whether it's ag research or outreach or whatever, and how can we be part of that, knowing that the strongest or the most robust budget is one that has a variety of sources, and is not just dependent, whether it's on state appropriations or frankly tuition or anything else. So how we can be helpful in that process is something that we're interested in.
Let me say this, that within, again, the fields that this board covers, there's more wealth in some areas than there is in other areas. And,
sure.
We're well aware of that, and we appreciate any contributions, including in one sense, the political contribution of helping us make the argument to the legislature and to the governor, all of whom have a very hard job to do to figure out how the dollars that are coming in are going to be spent. But I would honestly say that I don't think there's a better investment that's to be made than in our system. And I have a great appreciation for what's been done at the community college level. And we are starting to see more transfers with associate's degree, and we want to grow that number by even more. I also want to touch on your certificate or less than a graduation degree. I've been advocating that for the last 3 years, and I suspect over the next 12 to 18 months, you're going to be able to see substantial growth in that particular area. It may not be agricultural first. I'm thinking of things like nursing and medical fields where people graduate with the degree necessary for them to be active in that particular area, but want to be kept abreast of changes and the like. So I'm a big proponent of 3 to 4 course certificates being granted on an ongoing basis to encourage people to stay associated with our educational institution. And quite frankly, learning needs to be lifelong. And trends can't just be read and understood by reading a magazine or a newspaper coverage. There's real science behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I was at a meeting recently, and Tori from Extension was talking about some certificate programs that they're going to be looking at. So there are, it is exciting, and it's a huge step forward. And I think it's going to make a difference in terms of the sort of the community viewing the university beyond a degree, but on that skills-based thing. And I think it's great. It's wonderful. So
let me just do one other thing. Let me give a big shout out to Dean Carter and Roland both. Dean Carter is one of my favorite people in the whole system. I'll sign a document to that effect. I just think she does a great job, and I think Dean Roland is doing a great job. And I look forward to more investment in the areas that they're in, if and when we have a budget that allows us to do that. But 2 outstanding individuals, both cited at the University of Maine. As I said to you, the university that I am proud to say is an R1 university. It's our flagship space grant. It's everything, and it's on the table.
And clearly, I mean, just the history of the statutes, that the idea of doing the research and then getting it out on the field is so critically important, because one without the other isn't going to have the success we need. I don't mean to be monopolizing this conversation. Is there anyone else that has questions? I'm just trying to capture all the questions and things that, oh yes, here we go. Dean Carter.
Well, I feel the need to respond to Chancellor Malloy and just make sure everybody heard that on the screen. But Chancellor Malloy, thank you so much for the kind words. And I caught people's eyes around the table, and I love the idea and have been such a strong proponent of micro-credentials and certificates. And we're working on so many different areas that are important to everybody on the screen. But I just want to, and I hope Sebastian doesn't mind me doing this, but when we were at... He's on the phone, he can't hear.
He's on the...
Yeah, no worries. But when we were at an earlier Board of Ag meeting this spring, I think it was the April one, he and I were sitting next to each other, and he's like, hey, Hannah, what are you all putting together for customer service? Because they're doing the Maine Oyster Trail, and they have oystermen who are now dealing with a lot of people in customer service. Anyway, to make a long story short, we now have a group together that is now including Bangor Savings Bank and other entities, and are putting together that micro-credential and customer service that would be available to anybody. Folks within agriculture, aquaculture, again, just folks that are dealing with the public. And I think that's how I love this board, and I love how we can do this work, and how important it is just a conversation like that. And we're gonna make some things happen. And I just think it's a real win, and just wanted to share it. And again, if anybody else has any ideas, please shoot them my way or Tori's way. We're also working on hopefully a really good pathway in agribusiness that will be important to you all. And again, it's a great partnership with the Maine Business School and others. And so happy to, at some point in time, maybe even be more thoughtful in my response to this, but include it as an agenda item. But really appreciate your comments, Chancellor Malloy, as well.
Thank you.
I think it's a great idea. Eric?
Thanks, Marge. First, I guess I'd say that the Wildlife Rate Commission and the industry could not be more supportive of increasing allocations to the university, both through the state legislature and through Congress. And I say that because obviously there are critical partners on this call that represent both of those bodies. And we will always be there. And I'm also very cognizant of any allocations or any changes to allocations that would result in the great partners we have in Dean Carter and Dean Rowland, that would make it more challenging for them to do the great work they do. In other words, decreasing levels of allocations. And we'll always try to be aware of what those are, and shout out when I can. I understand separately, I understand that there may be some changes in upper administration at the university, and I was wondering if perhaps the chancellor might be willing to talk a little bit about that.
The reality is we generally don't talk about personnel items, but having said that, what I have learned about our system and quite frankly, all systems across the country is there's constantly changes ongoing. Sometimes we lose faculty because we can't pay them as much as other states pay because they get larger allocations from state government or have substantially larger budgets being funded by students and presumably families of students. So unfortunately, we lose people that way. There are changes on an ongoing basis. It's just a reality. It's also an industry in which there's a lot of movement. Quite frankly, people spend 5 years one place and they go on to another place and that sort of thing. But there are changes constantly underway, and that's a reality. I think on a personnel basis, that's in many cases we look for opportunities when vacancies occur. We have to make decisions on what vacancies then get filled or don't get filled based on where the budget is and the allocation from state government. It's just an ongoing process, Eric. I don't have a simple answer to that. We lose people for a number of reasons. Having said that, we have lots of people who then show up to take those jobs. We're trying to streamline the onboarding of new employees. We've made a little progress, but not nearly enough. Our system and our requirements for filling positions are a little bulky and sometimes lead to delay. I think we need to do a better job in that regard. I'll go back to the research function. Our economy right now in the United States, and look at AI, is very much research focused. And when we have good researchers at the University of Maine, don't be surprised that people come looking for them. And that is something that we're dealing with on an ongoing basis. We win some, we lose some, but when we lose some, we replace some.
Okay.
Other
questions?
follow up, Mark?
Yes, please.
So to clarify, I'm talking specifically about the University of Maine, not the system. Actually, I suppose I'm talking about both. And I understand that at times those transitions can be quite costly, the university. And one of the biggest examples that, I won't go into details, that made the news all over the state was, of course, the UMA hiring process. That's just an example of how expensive these transitions and these hiring decisions can sometimes be. And either the president or the chancellor speak to how those costs, how the university tries to control those costs.
Well, I'll take a shot at that. I think we are in the process and have made some progress in streamlining of that process itself, and quite frankly, having stricter rules and regulations and requirements, but doing it in a way that does not then bog down the filling of these positions. I mean, I think one thing that has happened in Maine, and we're dealing with it, is, we'll post a position, but our rules didn't allow us to make a decision for 4 months, and by which time, people had withdrawn their application because they'd taken a job someplace else. That's a real challenge. It's under active review. We've made a number of changes, and we have additional changes to make, all of which then have to comply with rules and regulations that are contained in employment, or representation of employment, a union or association requirements that are built into contracts. So it's not easy, and we do a lot of great work, and sometimes we make mistakes. That's a reality of the situation. But this is something we wrestle with on an ongoing basis, and we try to keep things at a lower cost. In a number of cases, for instance, we'll open up a job that's initially opened up to current employees of the system, and obviously that then allows those folks to apply directly, quickly, and get an answer quickly. So they're just different ways of doing these things depending on the job that we're talking about. There are different rules for different types of jobs as well.
Okay,
thank you. Oops, Marge, I can chime in if you'd like.
Yes.
Are we off mute? Yes, thank you. And of course, everything the chancellor said, I agree with. I would also just add, Eric, that and reinforce the chancellor's point that in senior administration in higher education, particularly in research universities, transition is quite standard and happens a lot. And what's important for us at this university is to be sure that we have excellent continuity. And often, because we are competing on a national scene, that we are following both best practices as economically as we can, but we also want to be sure that as we undertake searches for senior positions over time, we are also able to compete effectively nationally. So many factors are considered, and you'll hear later about our strategic re-envisioning activity, where we are taking a look at a variety of administrative questions relative to staffing, efficiencies, streamlining. So, I agree with everything that the chancellor said, but of highest priority here is to be sure that we serve our students well, that we serve all of our stakeholders and partners well with excellent personnel.
Thank you, President Mundy. I just one final piece with the chancellor. One of the things that, again, we've talked about for a while, and hopefully might make requests to the legislature and maybe even the governor's office a little stronger, is the idea of looking at either return on investment or an economic impact study in terms of the work that's being done, and why that's important to industry. And I think anytime you can show that the dollar of the state dollar spent returns $5, $10, whatever to the economy, it strengthens that request dramatically. And obviously, like anything else, it costs money. We've heard that, but you just feel the need to put it out there once again, that that we know it's there, but it's sort of nebulous until you can actually put a dollar sign in front of it. and how we can do that, and maybe even piggyback on some things going on in other places to at least start that process, would be great. Are there, and I'll just, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and hope you can join us for a bit longer, but I certainly understand that I expect your schedule is rather busy, and the dog has been very good, by the way.
My assumption is you're going to Joan next.
Yes.
I'm going to stay for a part of that. I do have another appointment subsequently, so I may not, Joan, I may not be there when you end, but I'll be there when you start.
And Chancellor, I would love to have a chance to reach out. Maybe you and I could have coffee and talk about this stuff, and I'd love it. So that'd be great.
Yeah. Call Rowena in my office, and or call Sam, and she'll set it up or get it set up. And more than happy to do that. And by the way, that's a request. That's an offer I have made from the day I got here to everybody I talk to. So I think I scare people.
I don't scare easily, but that's okay.
No, I'm giving you credit for that.
Thanks a lot. Yes, on to the president.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much. And thank you so much, Chancellor. I will confirm he's really not scary. So it's worth going ahead and making an appointment to chat with him. Thank you also, Chancellor, for your positive remarks about the University of Maine, and more significantly for your incredible support of the land grant. I can confirm that this chancellor understands what it means for the University of Maine to be a land grant university in the state, and is entirely supportive, very open to ideas, to solutions, to challenges that we bring to him, and a terrific partner. So thank you. So just a couple of points, and you're behind schedule a bit, so I can be fairly brief and we can see where the Q&A might take us. And we've got lots of opportunity through the day for you to hear more about our strategic re-envisioning, which is our centerpiece activity right now. I just wanted to update a little bit on relevant capital construction projects that this board may be interested in. The Sustainable Aquaculture Workforce Innovation Center, SAWIC, is currently in the design phase right now, and we anticipate starting construction in the spring of 2025. That is very focused on the workforce for the aquaculture industries, and will include instruments and equipment that will be state-of-the-art in a way that will support engagement in Maine in preparing that workforce in new ways. Very grateful across multiple projects here for our congressionally directed spending support, for our delegation's great work, as well as for Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan dollars. The Aroostook Farm Phenotyping Lab, also coming up, of course, in the great press about the caribou russet. That is MEJRP funded Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, and we anticipate construction starting this fall. It may already have, I haven't checked in today, not quite yet. But in any case, that's going to modernize that facility, so important to agriculture in the state of Maine, particularly in the county. The Blueberry Farm research expansion, also congressionally directed spending. There's a packing plant that is in design, and construction will begin in the spring of 2025. This is requiring exploration of a few contextual factors in the site where that is based, but at the same time, continuing to press forward to make sure that that facility is available and in great shape for all of those who use it. Food Innovation Lab, Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan funding. This will be located on campus. It's been, the design firm is selected, and construction there also will likely start in the spring of 2025. Industrial scale food facilities will be present in that lab, again, not only for work in preparing the workforce, but for work in partnering with the industry to be sure that folks get to try out ideas and use R&D based information to try to improve their own facilities and their own productivity. The Sawing Operations Training Facility, again, coming along in design. It's a pavilion to house the portable sawmill that we have on campus, and there will be lumbering going on there from trees milled in the Demerit Forest here on campus. I know that not all of this is directly in your purview, but I want to just reinforce that with tremendous support from partners, we've been able to move forward projects that matter a lot for the state of Maine. Finally, I'll mention the Witter Farm modernization and the new robotic milking barn. So it will stop looking like it did 50 years ago, Marge, I assure you, very soon. And the steel goes up next week, I'm told, completion date to be January or February of 2025. So a lot happening on campus by way of capital improvement and construction, but the majority of it is within the broad range of agriculture related and adjacent fields. So we're excited about that. And it creates a feeling on campus too of optimism and of investment and of the trust that we have from our partners in making sure that these kinds of facilities are moving ahead. You've heard the Chancellor talk about our extraordinary infrastructure challenges. I would like to say just a little bit more about R&D and come back to the point about R&D doesn't necessarily bring us tuition, but it's vital to the economy of the state. We have a couple of studies underway now here at the University of Maine to try to quantify and characterize what that impact is like. And we will keep you all posted as we figure out what methodologies can be really useful. Often, jobs created is a measure. I think there are other kinds of slightly less easily quantified, and that one's not easily quantified, by the way, but other difficult to quantify measures that have to do with productivity, efficiencies within an operation, improvements that result in decreased costs and so forth. So we have economists now helping us try to look at the ways to get that information. I just wanted to finally thank you. I always find these meetings generative, helpful in terms of making us think about things here at the University of Maine that are vital and that we can benefit greatly from your input and your ideas. A critical part of your charge is advising the Chancellor and the President on research programs related to agriculture. And I know we have time for some of that to be happening today. I talk about R&D and workforce development and the field and what happens in the field in a sort of cycle, because I believe all of these are interrelated and there are both feedback and feed forward loops. As our R&D progresses, it can of course inform and be helpful to all of you in the fields that you represent. At the same time, your deep knowledge of practice, your experiences in your own work and your own industries and your own facilities, that feeds back into our research. And I just want to commend both Dean Rowland and Dean Carter on their ability to see that entire cycle and make sure that that's in place here at the university. So when you are able to confer with us and share ideas about what you need, what your questions are like, what you wish you understood better, or where you're having challenges, that comes right back into our research agendas. And so I value this board in particular because it gives us an opportunity to have that kind of conversation. Thank you for the incredible support, for your advocacy for the University of Maine system. The Chancellor has done a fantastic job of explaining to you exactly where we are in our fiscal challenges. Each university is at this point working on its own budget planning for both fiscal year 26 and beyond. And those things, those plans really will come into shape and be far more public in the spring. At this time at UMaine, as you know, we have our strategic re-envisioning exercise underway. That's a community-wide conversation about what our priorities will be here at the university. And I would say that it's very clear that the voice for agriculture and related fields is strong in all of those conversations. And so stay tuned. We'll work with you more on it this afternoon. But in order to help you catch up, I can pause here and see if you have questions about other areas that I've not mentioned where you'd like more detail.
And if I
Dean
could
Rowland.
provide
Sure.
a couple of updates that you
Good.
probably haven't received, but particularly on the soils lab, because this
Okay.
board
Just wondering
and
about
our
that.
delegation were so helpful in getting that through. We have it basically in two phases, both the renovation. So I know you saw the spaces at one point. So that is going to be brand new renovated space. We're working with our facilities team to actually have it located more together. So we've got the receipt of the soil samples as well as the analysis. We have a brand new soil scientist that's been hired. She's extremely excited. We've been working with her on the instrumentation part. So we want to modernize the efficiency and the equipment for the tests that are run in service to the state and for the Northeast, but also to add some research capacity. And she has really some exciting ideas about how to implement that. And then also just brand new information on the Blueberry Hill Farm. We have hit water, right, Phil? And so that part is a large portion of that project that will be for research on irrigation. And so Phil and our team were working at developing what that infrastructure looks like to facilitate irrigation research. And so we're excited about that.
I can't wait to have a follow-up tour of the soils lab and not have to go through 3 floors and all that sort of stuff. And I'm sure it's going to make it a lot more efficient. And it is such an important service, as you said, for the whole Northeast, which we learned about. Questions for the president or Dean Rowland or Dean Carter?
Just before
Yes,
you
of
take a
course.
question, this is the time I have to leave. So I do apologize. Again, happy to meet on an ongoing basis and look forward to that.
Great.
Take care.
Thank you so much. Really
Oh.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chancellor.
Thank you.
And it is exciting to hear about the effort around looking at economic impact. So, seeing nothing else, trying to catch up to speed here.
Marge?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. No, you're fine. Yeah.
Amber, quick, this may just end up being a comment, but thank you, President Freeney-Mundy. As my mind wraps itself around the CDS investments that the university is making, it goes to, I'm sure you're thinking of the ROI of those particular choices. And I know we're moving on to a conversation about CDS priorities and then later on the strategic re-envisioning. So I imagine you are thinking about, do these CDS investments improve root cause problems around enrollment numbers or attraction of students in order to solve the shortfalls that are impediments right now? So it's not so much a question, but just an appreciation for the cyclical nature of how one decision impacts another, impacts another, impacts another. And so I wanted to offer a suggestion. We are the Board of Agriculture, and I can think of no more inspiring agricultural story in Maine right now than what's happening at the Mountain View Correctional Facility under the leadership of Mark McBride, the food service director there. He was formerly a compost specialist for MAFCA and took a job leading the kitchen at the Mountain View prison in the Dover Foxcroft area. He brought his set of skills to that institution and began a composting, a gardening, a farming, a food production program there that has now transformed the entire institution, where inmates are growing, cooking, preparing, baking, everything that they eat there. I can think of no more inspiring story because of the cyclical nature of the impact that that initiative has had. And it is very much his approach transformed how we look at being in the world in an institution. So it's actually saving costs. It's saving the institution and the taxpayers so much money there that it's allowing the prison to be able to reinvest in new infrastructure that they never had the money to do before. It's improving morale, mental health. It's improving just behavior and ability to get through their time there more quickly. And time in the garden is offsetting costs of having inmates in the facility. So anyway, I just would highly encourage you to seek out the new documentary that has just been made about that story. It's called Seeds of Change, put together by a documentary filmmaker by the name of Max Armstrong. You're going to start to see that it is popping up around the state, being shown at theaters and places. But I think it's a great example as you think about the strategic re-envisioning, just how some transformative approaches can change everything. And we are agriculture, which means we are food, we are health, we are well-being, we tie to all of those things. So thank you for the opportunity to share that resource.
Oh, that's cool.
Thank you so much for those comments, Amber. Dean Carter has her hand up.
Amber, it's, I wish we were all together so you could see the joy in my face that you mentioned this, because and I'm looking at Tori too, because Tori just pulled together the group of extension folks that are doing the educational, kind of the educational partnership within the prison system. And Commissioner Liberty has been such a valued partner as well. And actually, I'm looking at the president and Kelly and Jason, that our Master Food Preserver program is within the prison system. Our Master Gardener program is within the prison system. And again, we're working and seeing what else we could do to credential these educational opportunities. So then when folks leave the system, that they will have skills that hopefully the ag and aquaculture industries and food service and everybody else will value and will recognize. And so it's just been a wonderful, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because it's been a wonderful partnership. And again, we're trying to figure out how we can better be a better partner with them in regards to the education that goes along with all of those programs.
Exactly. And we know that with college students, there are mental health and well-being and issues at play there too, that gardening and getting outside and in the soil can help be a solution for.
Neat. If we could get maybe a link to that we can share with all the board members, that would be very cool. Thank you. Excellent. Moving on, and sort of the perfect slide into congressionally directed spending, thoughts and ideas, and I'm not sure who at the university is going to start this process.
So Marge, we wanted to actually do the roundtable that we did a couple of times with the board, where you called on the various members to talk about the challenges and the opportunities that they were seeing at this point. And so this gives us a higher level view of the needs and some of the ideas. So we thought that would be the best format to try to have this conversation.
That sounds fine. Who would like to start? Who has a research project need? No one? Sebastian, you must have something cooking. You're on mute.
Yeah,
there
you
go.
know,
there
you
go.
know me well enough, Marsh, to know that I always have something, right?
I saw your booth down at the Big E and missed you, but anyway, yes.
That's how I'm funding my research priorities.
Yeah.
I think there are a number of pretty clear areas for us. Dr. Debbie Bouchard's lab, she's got a 3-year backlog in contract research for private sector companies. She's attracting companies from all around the world to do research in her lab. You could easily double the size of that BSL 3-level containment facility, and it would be fully utilized. And so that, I would say, is one of our top priorities. And it's a good example of where a facility can pay for itself and drive engagement from the student body. I had the pleasure of spending a little time there the other day with some of our board members, and we got to talk to a lot of the graduate students and students that are involved in both running that facility and also doing research there. And I was absolutely blown away by the level of, number one, scientific inquiry that's going on, and number two, the enthusiasm from the students. I mean, they were fired up and just excited about what they were doing. So that's an area, I think, which for us is a real priority. The second area is much the same way as many of the other research farms at the university. our kind of equivalent research farm is a farm called the Center for Cooperative Aquaculture Research, CCAR, which is co-located with a USDA facility in Franklin. And CCAR really has been struggling from a facilities point of view, and they have a lot of issues in terms of maintenance, in terms of the facility, in terms of its, just age and lack of investment in maintenance over time. But the big one that is, I think, a real challenge for them is because they are remote from the Orono campus, they have little or no housing for either students or faculty members to use. And that's, I think, really holding back that facility in terms of its level of productivity. So there was a proposal in last congressionally designated funding asked from the university to convert part of a building to a dorm and office space. We from the association did not support that because the building that was proposed for conversion is a very unique part of the facility. It's got some of the largest tanks anywhere in America. And so it's unique in terms of its ability to actually do large scale, pilot scale research. It needs investment to complete that building. So the building is not functional because it was paid for by grant funds that built the building and built the tanks, but then didn't build the life support systems that are needed to run the tanks. So there needs to be an investment in the life support system in that building, and then there needs to be an investment in some form of dormitory housing or faculty housing there, so that people don't have to commute back and forth while they do their research, because that's just not a sustainable model. So those are the two big ones for us: is investment in CCAR and then investment in Debbie's lab. And I would really encourage the university also to listen very closely to what Debbie is thinking about from an investment point of view, because she probably is aware of other needs that I just am not aware of. I suspect those are around the support of the fish nutritionists that they've hired. They were able somehow, and it's a mystery to all of us how it happened. I think Debbie deserves most of the credit. They scooped the two most preeminent fish nutritionists in the country. And those folks are attracting very major grant dollars already. And I'm sure that they probably need some facilities to support their nutrition work as well. So I'll stop there.
Great. Other industry folks? If not, I'll chime in. So on a small ruminant side, a couple of things. One has to do, Maine used to be the site of a lot of leather tanning and processing pelts and that sort of thing. We're not anymore. And part of that has to do with scale, and part of it has to do with the toxicity of the material that's used to do that kind of tanning. And yet there are a lot of us that are shipping hides to Pennsylvania and further, hides to Pennsylvania and fiber to Michigan in order to get processed. And I think there's an opportunity to be looking at, and I don't know of any other university that's looking. I haven't found anything yet, but looking at pelt processing, hide processing in a way that could be more environmentally friendly, more acceptable here in Maine, which is obviously really important, but also closer and more affordable so that we can get more of those products. People want them. I sell out. It's just that I have to ship them to Pennsylvania to get them done. And I know, and I've talked to others as well, and the same thing in terms of it's harder and harder to find fiber processing. And yet, we've, again, historically have had a significant amount of sheep in particular, but now there are more and more goats. So that's one piece. And the other piece, and Jim will smile at this because I took up a lot of his time on the bus to BKE talking about it. And that's really taking a look at snails and why there are so many terrestrial snails right now, and the fact that they carry meningeal worm that can be deadly to goats, sheep, llamas, and alpacas. I don't think to cows, and I have to find out why. But it's a huge concern, and I had not expected it to be so much of a problem this year because it's so dry, but it is. And actually, I've got a picture I need to send you, Jim, of the little bucket on my tractor with about 60 of the buggers in there. The goats either eat grass that they've crawled on and have left that on, or eat the snail itself because they're so tiny. And then this is the same thing that a deer will ingest. And for the deer, it's fine. It just goes through their system. But for goats, it causes paralysis and you end up losing them. So it's a huge problem. And I know Cornell's doing some work as well. Commissioner Beal.
I believe Eric had his hand up before me. No, he's waving me on.
He's waving you on, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep it short. I just have been thinking an awful lot lately as we're on the verge of updating our climate action plan and releasing a new 4-year plan. Thinking a lot about the pace at which things are shifting under the feet of our farmers and in the agriculture sector, and just the pace at which we think things will continue to shift. And I just think in general, we need to do more around resilience and readiness and being able to project what those changes might look like, whether it's looking at, crops that are probably going to be more viable 10, 15 years from now, so that people are working their way in that direction. And it's not just agriculture, it's forestry too. I mean, the projections that I've seen really indicate that we're going to be looking at a very different species composition in our forest. And what does that mean to our forest industry and forest product sector? So, talking about invasives and just all the way across the board, I think there's a lot more work that we need to do to make sure we're de-risking as much as we possibly can farmers and food producers and our forestry sector through research and trying to create models that can help us to understand what the future is going to look like. I'll just keep it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Eric.
Thank you, Marge. Over the last 21 years, the inflation-adjusted price, the farm gate for wild blueberry producers has decreased by 47%. And so we are and have been working in many different ways on really a single priority, profitability, which of course encompasses so much. But within profitability, there's one particular area. I could talk about 5 or 10, but I'll talk about one that I think we are currently working with the university on, and I think we need to expand significantly in that category, which is engineering. As far as the reducing the cost side of the equation for producers, and potentially increasing even things like yield. So we've got a project called to increase harvesting efficiency in wild blueberries, and we're working with the Advanced Manufacturing Center on that, as well as a PI in the College of Engineering. And originally, when the project was developed with the extension agricultural engineer, of course, that person went to Oklahoma, as we've talked about before, around this board table. But it took 2 years to post that position again, I think, maybe 1.5 years, 2 years. And in that interim, the project's now halfway over, and we have sort of borrowed a PI, another wild blueberry PI, who is stretched then. Because, my industry would really like that PI to be working on, things within her area of expertise, which would be management efficiencies, weed science for producers, which also, of course, come into profitability. But because of the void in capacity, even for the position that was hired and how long it took to replace that position, a lot of our time is spent on this project. And so, Chancellor Malloy spoke earlier about how long it takes to hire folks. I think that, it's not CDS, but it's something that really needs to be addressed. And even when we do have a new ag engineer coming on, it's not enough. Our targets at this point, we're looking more towards sort of turning the corner on this project and focusing on semi to fully autonomous harvesting, which would have so many impacts on profitability for this industry. And that is going to take a very experienced and knowledgeable team of engineers, data scientists. I don't really know who else because I'm not an engineer. But I can tell you that we don't have the capacity we need in agricultural engineering at the university. And that's just for the capacity we need for the wild blueberry industry. I think it's a huge area of potential growth and something that could really use some additional thought and investment.
Thank you, Eric. I feel completely compelled to add to that, that for those of us who are too large to be hobby farmers, if you will, and too small to be considered fully industrial, there's a real gap in terms of ag engineering innovations. We're fortunate here that my husband's clever enough to basically cobble together things and create things, and our feed system and our other things that we do, but we've done that on our own, and a lot of people don't have that ability. And so the other piece of engineering that's really important is for those of us that have been called sort of the ag in the middle, and how to find ways to create efficiencies on farms that are basically main farms. Even our large farms aren't really large farms. So, when you look across the country, and so real focus on that would be very helpful as well. Other things, as the CDS question, I guess, for the university, as the CDS process moves forward, what is the timeline around that? How does it work? When might we get an idea of what the university is looking for and have maybe some additional input into that?
Could I just chime in briefly?
Please.
Partial answer to that, and then I'll turn to my colleague, Jason Charland. But part of what I think Dean Rowland did in reframing this conversation just a little bit to ask for a roundtable where we could hear a range of ideas, a range of needs, was to subtly point out that although CDS, I don't know, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but kind of, we want to hear the wide range of needs and ideas that you have. CDS is one incredible avenue to this, and we work from the university, as many of you do, very, very closely with our delegation representatives, and they're here on the phone with us today. And that process, as we also told you, is quite iterative, and we get early ideas into discussion and then go back and forth. But I've heard at least 3 ideas that I wouldn't start with CDS. I would start with some other kinds of avenues toward trying to get funding or trying to bring in project support or looking at organization within the university. And so I'm just really grateful that the conversation is wide ranging, and some of it is CDS, but other ideas right away. Jason turned to me. He thought one of the ideas that came up, we could immediately look for competitive funding for something like this, a proposal to a variety of different agencies. So I just wanted to get that caveat in. I don't want to slow down the great ideas.
No.
But if now is when you'd like it, I'll certainly ask Jason to say just a bit more about our CDS process.
Yeah, and I just would reiterate what the president just mentioned. At the university, our faculty and staff are writing grants to competitive programs each and every day, looking at USDA and a wide variety of other federal funders, but we're also looking at state RFPs and private philanthropy. So these set of ideas to match problems with our areas of expertise is exactly what we're looking for. So we love to follow up on several of these ideas that, as the president mentioned, are really ripe for writing a proposal to an existing set of RFPs that the government has already kind of solicited, applications for in the past. As far as our internal process for the system, we have an annual call for ideas. We are bumping that up, in a more accelerated fashion this particular round. But it is really just a concept paper process. And we are looking for ideas, not just for CDS, but again, for competitive programs or for ways to actually match different ideas together and kind of build something larger. So, I think if you do have some ideas working through the Deans Carter and Rollin to, kind of further that type of exploration, but there's no shortage of federal R&D appropriate, RFPs out there that we could look at. And then again, of course, this appropriations process, as the president mentioned, is on a regular cycle.
And when you do that call for ideas, is that internal to university staff, or would that include the board as well?
Sure. It's internal, but I think your best points of contact would be the two deans.
Okay. And Dean Rollin, thank you for doing that. Again, I know once before you'd had us do the roundtable and it worked really well. And maybe one of the things we should build into our agenda on a regular basis is that roundtable. And I would invite our federal partners to be part of the conversation, not so much in thinking about Sherry and rural development and FSA and others, but just to give us an idea of what you're seeing on the ground. And the same thing with, maybe with Extension and with MAFIS in terms of what are people hearing? Because one of the things we've talked about is that the board, because of when we were created, we certainly don't include all of the aspects of agriculture. Some industries weren't even thought about at the time the board was created. And so the more from the ground information we can get, whether it's from staff, whether it's from federal folks or state folks or whomever, commissioner, obviously, legislators, I think that could be very useful. So maybe when we do that roundtable, we won't think just of members, but anybody who's sitting around the table who has been out on the field and talk to somebody who's got a concern or an idea would be really useful.
Marge, I think Justin has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Justin. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you can kind of doubling back to the roundtable thing for small fruit and veg. So one thing that's kind of changed in the industry for small fruit growers and vegetable growers is we've lost a pretty prominent crop consultant. Ag service industry has shifted and consolidated. So you've got less people selling to more farms, and vegetable farms tend to be smaller ones. So they're getting a little less attention in the private sector and less support. And so Extension has always been the small fruit and vegetable appointees, Highmore, research like at the Soil Lab, that sort of thing, have always been important, but they're actually becoming increasingly more important because we have less private sector support. So that's something that is shifting in a different direction. And I feel like for us, for our side of the industry, it seems like it's shifting in a direction different than a lot of the other parts of agriculture. And then on a kind of a bigger note, research-wise, I see that there's Meg McGrath out of Cornell's retired, and she did a lot of research on some really important cucurbit and other fungal diseases that develop resistance. And we're going to start seeing economic effects of that as that research becomes outdated, because it needed to be done quite a bit. So even on the broader extension scene, research scene, as these holes become, they can have pretty drastic economic impacts. And then another big thing on vegetable growers' minds is the 2030, or maybe it's 2032 now, PFAS ban and its effect on pesticides, especially with Maine's broad-reaching definition of PFAS. And so most vegetable growers aren't dealing with the PFAS being applied to the land and kind of having PFAS remediation kind of issues. Their PFAS issues are legislation that is going to change the tools they have to grow crops successfully, that competitors in other New England states won't be having those restrictions. And so there's some real questions about how to solve some of those problems in the industry. Yeah, so that leaves a pretty big gap. Irrigation is also becoming more challenging as droughts become larger. Irrigation sources that historically have been, available aren't available as consistently. So that's another part which an ag engineer to kind of ring that bell would tap into that as well. So those are a couple of the points that I could think of.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
After last year, who can believe we're talking about drought, actually? It's just kind of fascinating, isn't it? Ooh. Anybody else got their hand up? And again, if I miss you, I'm sorry. I'm going between two screens and just trying to make sure I've got everybody. Anything that anybody's hearing or seeing or whatever? Okay, and this is an open-ended question. It's not like you have to say something now or forever hold your peace. It's not that kind of service. All right. So the next piece we've got it's announcements and future meeting dates and themes. And then the subpart of that is Ag Trade Show and Hall of Flags plan. We've got, if we go until noon, we can do part of that. I would hold off on some of the future meeting date stuff until the end of the meeting. But on the Ag Trade Show, we have the commissioner here, and I had a chat yesterday with Ann Trenholm about the possibility of the Board of Ag having a corner, a table, something at the Ag Trade Show that we could use in order to get feedback from folks. And one of the things that she said they're putting that together now, and that she said, maybe there are other organizations that are also looking at the same information that you're looking at or looking for. And there might be a way even to share some of that, to have a table that might be for a group of us. I am going to, and then she said, if you come up with a handful of questions that might help us to figure out how that works. I am going to share my screen if you can see it. Can people see this is what I drafted late last night. And again, it's not like a finalized thing, but I was thinking about, as we've had conversations, what are the things that we've wanted to learn? If we were sitting at a table and somebody stopped by, you want obviously the general demographic information. What are you producing and processing? How long have you been doing it? I think that figures into it. And then full or part-time, and if it's part-time, would you prefer for it to be full-time? Some would, some wouldn't, but I think that is interesting in terms of what we're looking at. What are the three biggest challenges and the best opportunities in your industry? And to me, that comes around to the roundtable we just did. If somebody, for example, is in the wine industry, they're going to come up with very different things than we might hear, because I don't think many of us are in the wine industry. Where do you go when you need information about agriculture in general or your industry? What resources do you use to keep up with regulatory changes or opportunities, federal, state, University of Maine trade groups? Are you satisfied? If not, What would you like to have available? Are you aware of the food, ag, forestry, fishing, aquaculture research being done at the University of Maine? Have you used any of the material? If you have a question, where do you go? Have you used cooperative extension services? And if so, how? And then other. This is just, I mean, literally, it says draft in big letters because that's just what it is. But it was a way to start a conversation with Anne and with the university, I mean, with Anne and with the department about if the Board of Ag was to have a corner at the trade show, what are the questions we'd be asking? And as she said, there may be other groups. It may be DEP, it may be the department itself that, might have an interest in some of this information or something else. And the idea would be to, basically if, for those of us who have the opportunity to be at the trade show, to just sit there and have a little form that you sit and chat with somebody and fill it out. And that would be, I think, again, it would fill in some of the gaps that we have acknowledged on the board, and could feed into the question that was just raised about, what does research need to be doing? And it truly fulfills one of the original goals of this board, which was to provide a voice, provide an opening to the university for those industries that are small or new and don't have that. So, Tori.
I will just note, Marge, that Extension and MAFIS have a joint presence planned for the trade show this year. We'll be right around the corner on the left-hand side and have a number of tables. If it makes sense for this effort to join that, I think it would be the perfect place because it's already going to be branded UMaine. And I think we would have staff that could help out too. So an offer.
Oh, very cool. Thank you. Commissioner.
Yes, I just wanted to say, we so appreciate the involvement of so many people around this table in our trade show, and it's what makes it such a useful and interesting and robust event. So I just wanted to say that up front. I know that Anne Trenholm is trying to join right now, and I think she might have
she
just
is? Okay.
on. Yep, because she wanted to just make sure she was here to hear the discussion, and also I'm sure if we have any questions about the logistics of the trade show, she can talk about that because she's on top of it.
Yeah, I kept looking for it, and they said I've got two screens going here, so I keep flipping back and forth and trying to manage the agenda. So if I missed you, Anne, I'm sorry.
Here, can you all hear me okay?
We can.
All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, as Commissioner said, I want to be a little bit of a fly on the wall, but also because there's so many of you who have a role related to the show, and I understand there may be some opportunities that you want to pursue as a group. I want to make sure I'm hearing that before I get too far into the weeds, because I am finalizing the schedule as we speak.
Well, and Tori had just mentioned that MAFIS and Extension are both going to be at the show and may have some extra space that they could squeeze in a Board of Ag piece. And I took your challenge seriously and started writing down some questions that are, as it points out here, very, very draft. But I think if there's information that we can collect that's helpful to others, I think I'm speaking for the board and saying that is certainly part of what we would like to be doing. And I will send you this. It literally is hot off the press for your feedback.
Great. I think this is something that certainly from the BOA role and those of you who might be wearing other hats, this is the type of information that we all want to know when we're listening to farmers, food producers, general service provider work. It's all about a conversation. The venue has been a place for conversation for more than 80 years. And I really try and infuse that throughout the show. Even if you had a little pop-up next to a tractor, we've seen those types of impromptu meetings happening. Please do feel free to add more information. And if this requires maybe you all looking at something from another angle with different hats that you wear, I'm happy to entertain those types of questions. I would like to set a goal for following up on this, and that would be October 18th, just to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And I really want to be sure to address the outreach portion of it. And part of that begins a long time before the show happens. So all of us have connections to Maine's food and agricultural systems in other ways. And we know that fall can be a time when people start to come together. So what that means for me and what that means for you all is that the earlier I can tell people that something good is happening, the more chances we have to remind people to pay attention to it, to show up, and then adapt as needed. So please do keep that in mind. I would like to set October 18th as a target to kind of put a pin in this, and then we can help remind people that this will be a great opportunity to share feedback at the show. Does that sound good to you all?
That sounds great to me. What I can do with this list is I'll forward it to Lee and we'll share it with everybody, and feel free to add, subtract, change, whatever. I mean, this is just sort of a generic what information we might gather. Obviously, Anne will include you on that list. And, if there are, I would invite the industries that are members of the board to feel free to have material there, so that, and maybe we can do a one-page piece that talks about who the board is and who the members are. But, to think about it as a way to, promote the work that you're doing. I mean, that's part of what we need to be doing. And, give people an opportunity. Is there any concern about doing this? I guess maybe that's the first place to start, because if anybody feels that we should not be doing this, then, I mean, okay. I'm not hearing anything. Okay. So that would be, and what we would also do is maybe do a sign up list and figure out who can be at a table. I mean, I'm there usually at least 2 days. I expect other people are there at different times, and, we can take turns hanging out.
Marge, could I just chime in really quickly?
Please, yes.
And I'm sorry I had to step away for a moment, but this looks pretty interesting. I'm always interested in survey type information and methodology and so on. I think folks here probably could help by providing some feedback and markup on this draft, but also maybe to chat with you separately too. Like, I go to this trade show and I wouldn't be able to fill this out, right? So I want to be sure that we kind of maybe have your thoughts on exactly what the audience is for this and how we process the information and how we'd use it. But I think that's just follow-up. I think the idea of this is great. So if it's okay with you, I'm going to volunteer my two dean colleagues here for a little more conversation on this one.
More than happy. As I said, this was created late last night based on a conversation I had with Anne Trenholm while I was fixing a fence because the bucks got loose. So yeah, no, it's all been kind of
given all that, even more impressive.
And I think, I mean, the audience that we've talked about are, people who are involved in agriculture. And just sort of getting an idea of, how are they getting information? How are they getting support? Are they getting support? And what we can provide to all the various stakeholders that we know about what some of the ideas and needs are. But no, I certainly would be delighted to have support in this. Yes, Kevin, thank you.
I was just going to quickly add, I'm even thinking, because of previous brief conversations with Dean Rowland about, the history of some beef cattle at Witter Farm, and whether that should be in the future, as dairy cow numbers now are about twice what beef cow numbers are. That used to be 4 times as much. So our beef industry is growing little bit, but certainly the dairy industry is under a lot of pressure. So I think in order to decide and talk about that issue, you know, we seem to be lately having a very difficult time getting beef producers to attend cooperative extension events. And so maybe the ag trade shows one event where we can get enough people to sit down and just answer a question, you know, should there be a beef cow herd at Witter Farm or somewhere else within the Maine university system? How important would that be? Would that connect you better to the university and help solve a lot of the questions we've had earlier up to this point? So I'm certainly willing to yield some of our program time with the beef producers, you know, to really try and get people to provide some feedback to that specific question.
That sounds great. And I actually just read an article in something, I don't know what I was reading, but in terms of the beef dairy crosses and how that can help dairy farmers have a higher price for bull calves, but also increase the amount of beef and whatever. So yeah, I think there are lots of opportunities out there. That's a great idea. And that would be the other thing is, as each of your groups is having possibly individual meetings during the show, you know, maybe we could make sure we hang out, you know, with that. I see Mary Castingway has joined us. Thank you, Mary. I do livestock other than dairy. Mary's dairy. So, and there's like the Cheese Guild and other groups that we could, you know, that we can chime in with. So we will move this process forward. Hearing no screeching objection, we will. Oh, Mary, yes. You're on mute still, Mary.
Hi, I was just wanting to say hi and thanks, and I'm glad to be here.
Great. Thank you. Okay. There's also a Hall of Flags event planned with Extension. And I got a note about that. And I also understand it's on a Monday, and I've got to pull up the date, and I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion either in Extension or MAFIS in terms of trying to figure out I mean, Mondays are tough. It's a lot of work to set all that stuff up, and I will turn it over to a current member, but as a past member, I know that Mondays tend not to be terribly effective.
Marge, can I jump in here? This is Hannah, the owl. Oh, there, the owl picked me up. So as you know, the process of calling the office to secure the Hall of Flag dates, we have a wonderful woman within Extension that does that every year. It's on her calendar. I feel like she starts the speed dialing before 8 a.m. to try to get in. Unfortunately, this year, for a couple, I don't know what happened, but by the time she got in, this was the date. It's St. Patty's Day. It's March 17th, and that's the only way I remember it. And we know that it is not optimal at all. We worked with Sam, and we're going to try to call back and see if there were any cancellations or, you know, get a different date. But at this point in time, that's where we're at. It's not for the lack of trying to get a different date.
And it's funny because I have friends in social services who are part of that march that morning. So yeah, no, I've heard all those horror stories. One of the things, just as a suggestion or a thought, years ago when the specialty food group was first getting together, we couldn't get a date. And so what we ended up doing was doing a late afternoon evening towards the end of the session when there was nothing else going on and people were hanging around waiting for the bell. And so there was actually much more attention to what we were doing because we provided food. And people didn't have other things to do. So I don't know if that's even a possibility anymore, but it might be something to think about, that it might be a time of day piece as people are in longer sessions later on, that might get you more attention. So just a thought. But if it continues on March 17th, then hopefully some of us can be there and represent the board as well. Okay. It is noon or close enough. I'm going to suggest that we do a break from now until 12:30 to get ourselves together, and then we're going to come back, and our afternoon is going to be strategic re-envisioning with folks from the university that will be leading that and talking about the work that's being done, and with a particular focus on a few of the items that we have identified. Here it is. A few of the items that we have identified, the priorities of group 1, 2, 5, and 8, and we can pull that up later. So we will return at 12:30. Thank you all. Great. Thank you so much. There we go. Hello, hello.
She called me that Monday night. Texted me back, but I didn't answer right away. And then about an hour later, she texted, it's all big.
Okay. Now you can hear all our dogs barking. We are going to move into strategic re-envisioning. And I'm going to turn that over to President's office. I'm sure they'll be back in a minute. Let me close my door. Hang on. With apologies to all the crop farmers, I must say I am enjoying this dry weather at this moment in time. And the goats are too, which is nice. In the chat is the link to the Seeds of Change documentary. Thank you very much, Amber, for forwarding that, and Lee for posting it. And well, I'll send a text and see.
Marge, I don't see anything in the chat. Maybe I logged on after it was put in the chat. Got it.
You got, okay. Okay. I was trying to figure out how to repost it, but if you've got it.
Thanks, Neil.
All set.
No, I know.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Turning over to the President's office for strategic re-envisioning.
You want me to introduce myself? Do you want to explain?
Sure.
Who I am? I can introduce myself. Hi, everybody. My name is Sabrina DeTurk. I am a lecturer in the Honors College at UMaine, and I am currently serving as the project director for the strategic re-envisioning process here. My role today is to give you a little bit of an update on where we are with that process. I'm going to focus in on 4 themes that I believe this group had a particular interest in. We're also going to hear from Kelly around some updates and context from our offsite locations, and then we're going to kind of marry those 2 things together in a series of breakout group conversations that will allow you to kind of weigh in on the themes that we've discussed, the SRE work, and how might that link to some of those locations. So I believe that you had a presentation from the president. Is that at your last meeting?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not going to go through a tremendous amount of background on SRE. Happy to answer questions if needed, but I put this slide to start us with just to kind of remind us of the overall goals of this re-envisioning process, to really think about what would UMaine look like if we were designing it today, and sort of underpinning that, how do we decide what it is that we want to focus on and what will take us successfully into the future in terms of building, as it says here, a sustainable, inclusive, and dynamic future for the institution. If I could have the next slide, please. So perfect. Okay. I thought it would be worthwhile to just revisit the guiding principles that we have for our strategic re-envisioning process. So the first, let me count, 5 of these were in place really right from the beginning when we started this work early in the summer. We more recently added the sort of bottom principle on that list to really emphasize our commitment to climate action research and sustainable stewardship of natural resources as something that needs to kind of underpin the work that we're doing. But I want to be really clear that all of the working groups that have been considering the 13 themes that we initially identified have been returning to these guiding principles, over and over again throughout their work, and really using them to try to kind of keep that fix of, again, who is it that we want to be? What is most important to us as an institution? How do we ensure that that informs any changes, decisions, et cetera, that might be made? Could I have the next one, please? You may well have seen this slide in the previous presentation. So just to kind of orient to where we are now in this ongoing funnel of the SRE process. So we, spent a lot of time over the summer in the sort of swirl, the mix of thinking about what did we even want to identify as themes to really focus on, building out our working groups, having those groups begin to coalesce around questions of, if we were to make changes in an area, like, for example, looking at space allocation, just to take the first one, what would be the things that we would want to consider as important drivers, that we would want to understand as evaluative criteria that we would fall back on in, again, linking to those guiding principles, thinking about who we want to be strategically. And so was it this week? Is that possible? Was that really September 30th? It's yes, just the beginning of this week. Those working groups delivered what we were calling the deliverables for the phase 2 of the SRE process. And that really was a kind of summary for the president of the work that they had done in, again, thinking through what should be the questions that we're asking, the criteria that should guide decision-making around each of those 13 areas. We also just this week launched a 14th theme as we were talking with people over the summer, and then at the very first few weeks of the academic year, it became clear that there was a desire to take a deeper dive into what might be appropriate reorganizations, efficiencies, et cetera, in the administrative area. We kind of had that identified, and these are 2 of the themes that we'll talk about today, in terms of academic units and research centers. And so by adding in an additional theme that kind of looks at the same topic, but from an administrative lens, that seemed to be important. So we've identified a team lead for that. Corey Watson from Kelly's area will be leading that. We've just identified a working group, and so he and that group will begin work there. I think that's also important to note because it exemplifies the fact that this strategic re-envisioning, even though we have these sort of timelines and we are now headed into what we're considering phase 3, that does not mean that there isn't room for new things to emerge, for change to happen, for this to be something that is ongoing and flexible as a process. So I think the fact that, we've just added the 14th theme is an example of that. Could I get the next slide, please? Great. So I wanted to just briefly go through the 4 themes that you indicated a particular interest in to really summarize. These are exactly the same slides that were presented to the president earlier this week from each of these provost fellows, kind of summarizing some of the key areas that they discussed and were interested in their working groups. And before I get into these, I want to kind of reemphasize, I imagine this was discussed before, that the working groups were not tasked with making recommendations. So what you are not going to see on these slides is a sort of, this is what we should do next. It's much more, here are opportunities that we think should be considered, or again, here are criteria that we think need to be taken into account. So just to kind of preface that. So the group that was working on allocation of space, which is led by Tanya Pinkham from the I've got to look up her title. It's one of the institutes.
Institute of Medicine.
Medicine, yes, thank you. The Institute of Medicine. They spent much of their time thinking about two particular areas, looking at why and how we might want to conduct a space assessment to really get a better understanding of how we are currently using our spaces, what opportunities there might be for different uses of space and facilities. And then they also spent quite a lot of time looking at whether the development or purchase of something like a centralized scheduling software would be a helpful road for the institution to go down. And really, one of the things that they spent a lot of time thinking about was, again, sort of what would make for success if we were to either do more of an assessment of our spaces or consider something being centralized. And really what they came down to was a lot of understanding that we need to have policies in place that would make any of these things actually effective. Again, they're not at the level of looking at specific recommendations, but I think, and Kelly can certainly speak to this more being really in her area. I think what they sort of came down to is, we need this marriage of understanding what we have, but also creating effective usage policies that would help us to make better use of what we have available to us. Could I have the next slide, please? So Amanda Clemmer, who is in the School of Biology and Ecology, was the Provost Fellow lead for the group that was looking at optimizing potential restructuring and so on of academic units. And they spent much of their time really thinking about what they felt that process should look like. So again, not coming through with recommendations yet of, move this here or eliminate this unit or things like that. But, what do we really care about and want to look at as a part of that? And I think the biggest thing, if I can kind of channel Amanda here, is this idea of systematic and holistic portfolio review was of great importance to this working group. Thinking about not just this piece here, this piece here, this piece here, but really how do we consider restructuring across the institution? And honestly, there is real overlap here between the group that is thinking about research centers and then this new group working on administration. And I think that one of the things that really came through strongly from the work of this theme is that those things just can't be done in isolation. If we're going to think about restructuring and reorganization, potentially, it has to be done across the board. They also have identified some elements of a rubric that might be useful in considering specifics of how a unit might be looked at for restructuring, things like numbers of credit hours, faculty ratios, things like that. And they were doing some benchmarking and were particularly interested in some work that had been done in University of Wisconsin at Oshkosh around how possible restructuring scenarios could be presented to the community. So they spent some of their report kind of sharing out options for how to engage the community in this kind of restructuring conversation. So that was much of their work. Could I have the next one, please? The Research Centers and Institutes group had a very similar charge to the previous one in terms of thinking about these questions of potential restructuring, reorganization. Not surprisingly, I think they came to some very similar places. I mean, again, you see some of these same things around holistic portfolio reviews. They really want to be sure that we are not just sort of focusing in on one piece and saying, oh, what can be done here, but thinking about, systematically, again, if we go back to those guiding principles, what drives us, how do we look across the board at where there might be different potentials for integration, alignment, collaboration between units. And they spent a lot of time, first of all, just trying to understand the landscape of our research centers and institutes. So that's where you see the section around definitions, sort of how they came up with a kind of set of what they were calling buckets that they put them in to think about what type of work these centers and institutes do around the institution. And then they also spent a lot of time thinking about, again, these criteria. What would they want to see as part of a decision or a discussion about how and why to do things differently? They did make one recommendation for us, which was really to do a survey of both leadership and faculty who are affiliated with centers and institutes to think about things like why do you do things the way that you do? What do you think are the benefits to existing structures? Can you see any other ways forward? How does being part of a center increase your sense of belonging or not within the institution? They feel like getting at some of that kind of data will be another part of informing the criteria for review. They also had some interesting conversations around ways to improve and strengthen central services for research, and began to play a little bit with ideas of, is there a way that, kind of going back to the buckets of institutes, like should we be thinking about some sort of umbrellas for different groups of institutes that might be useful for us? May I have the next one, which I think is the last of the themes we're looking at here. So the group that was working on economic development, I should have mentioned Carissa Tilbury is biomedical engineering is her background. Sharmila Mukherjee is in mechanical engineering. And so they are somewhat similar to the research centers in that they also spent a lot of time thinking about how best to benchmark and to do some additional surveying of opportunities and just existing practices. We are currently in the works of creating a survey that will go along with an application for an APLU recognition. And so there are some thoughts about ways that that might be leveraged to get a better understanding of exactly what we are doing in the economic development space. And then if we move down to number 3, also spent quite a bit of time thinking about what would be important to ask if we were thinking about making any changes to either units that work in the economic development area or ways that we pursue economic development opportunities. And so again, really coming back to some of that alignment with the guiding principles, vision, and values, and thinking more about, state and community needs. And I think this is a space where when we get into our breakout groups, this is something that could be usefully considered. And I think there's a lot that could be brought forward. I see that there is a hand up, so I will stop for a moment here. Yeah.
What is APLU? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. It's the Public and Land Grant Universities Association.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So if I could have the next slide, please. And I believe this is where we'll transition a bit for Kelly to provide some context around offsite locations, and then we'll kind of come back together and set us up for some breakout group work.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you again for having us here today to talk about the strategic re-envisioning process. Again, I'm Kelly Sparks. I'm the Vice President of Finance Administration and Chief Business Officer here at the University of Maine, and it's a pleasure to be with you again today. This presentation is a contextual presentation that we put together for the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee of the Board of Trustees. And we pulled out some select materials from it. This was to have been presented at the last meeting in August for the FFT, but will actually be presented this coming October due to time constraints. We thought it was important contextual information as we get into brainstorming and breakout sessions with you as it relates to SRE, because it brings together information about how we're looking at economic development potential of each of our offsite locations. It talks about what the facilities are. You're very familiar with most of them, but providing that overall context, and then the funding sources identified with each of those locations. So wanted you to have this information in hand as we brainstorm together later today. If we can move forward, please. So overall, we have used this as a contextual slide in all of our presentations for the Board of Trustees. I think you have this information, so I'm going to skip over it, but it's really about thinking about the health of our planet, advancing our research, and for tomorrow's students, and thriving and inclusive community of learners. Next slide, please. So again, we are 11,266 acres across the state of Maine. Only 443 of those acres are here in Orono and 243 in Machias. So as you are very familiar, we have 1,200 acres just adjacent to the University of Maine, and that includes the Witter Farm, Demerit Forest, and University Park, which is where we have offsite housing and childcare facilities currently. And then that includes, and then we have our farms across the state and then additional forests. So we are more than just Orono is the context that we're trying to provide to our Board of Trustees. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go into this. You had a long, in-depth conversation with us at the last Board of Agricultural meeting with the offsite, with the consultant from offsite. So again, you have the context. We are defined by the land grant mission and the sea grant mission, and therefore have our sites across the state. Next slide, please. So here at the University of Maine, this is the on-site context for the campus. We're 4.9 million square feet. This does not include all of our off-site locations, so that it expands that. We have 325 billion buildings and a combined net asset value of 48. What that net asset value means is that many of our buildings are in gut renovation or in need of significant deferred maintenance and improvements. So I offer that to you as context that as we think about how we invest our capital dollars, how we strategically go after the congressionally directed spending, as you spoke about earlier, how we think about those things, we really need to think about all of our locations and how we continue to improve upon the research, community engagement facilities, as well as the instructional facilities to serve our tripartite mission. The next slide, please. And in Machias, we have 10 buildings, 274,000 square feet with a very similar net asset value, so 51. Also, many of our buildings there are in need of significant improvement, and that is a core emphasis of the university over the next couple of years. Next slide, please. So as you know, we have 5 agricultural experiment stations across the state. And what I'm not going to go through each of the numbers here, but wanted to have, this is where I really think the context is helpful. The square footage, the number of buildings and acreage of each of the locations, the operating costs, and as importantly, where do we fund those operations from? So are they MAFIS? Are they coming from E&G match to MAFIS? What are the funding sources? And then the funding sources for how we're making the capital improvements. I think as the president spoke earlier, we have a number of exciting capital improvements happening with NEJRP and congressionally directed spending funding dollars from the Blueberry Farm to Witter with E&G funds across the state. But this is a little bit more information on how we're funding those activities. Next slide, please. So as we get into our breakout sessions, I'm going to have you kind of consider some of these questions as we think about how can we be more efficient so that we can leverage the scarce resources that we have to the highest and best use for the state of Maine and to meet your needs. So we are starting to have conversations around operational facilities. How can we centralize some of our operational costs or management across the state? How can we consider taking down old structures that may be in disrepair or out of use so that we can invest in and maintain the most important structures that we have across the state? How can we further activate the research, leveraging both our E&G contribution, our MAFIS contribution, our NEJRP, our CDS, investment in the facilities in our farms for potato varieties, for blueberry harvesting, animal science? And how can we consider expanding agricultural workforce development opportunities? Next slide, please. So again, as you know, we collaborate across all Maine counties. What's important here from a facilities perspective is that each one of those county partnerships looks a little bit different. We lease buildings, sometimes we maintain the building, sometimes the counties maintain the building. The operating costs are almost exclusively covered by the counties. But the grant and contract work across the state of Maine is $5.1 million with 88 employees and over 36,000 people served annually. Next slide, please. We operate 4 H camps and learning centers across the state. Again, what's important here is that each one of them operates differently. We have a different way that we maintain the facilities, different local relationships. There is many acres, many buildings across the state, serving thousands of youth and families and communities across the state of Maine. Next slide, please. Again, we're looking for how we can operate these as efficiently as possible so that we put our investment into programming opportunities. And I think you know of all the things that we're doing, but would have you consider where we can invest more time and energy as a part of our strategic re-envisioning, providing input into that as you go into the breakout fields. Next slide, please. And then for our Sea Grant mission, we have 8 marine centers across the state of Maine. There are 179 acres across 169,000 gross square feet of space. It costs us about $4.1 million today to operate these. It also comes from many sources of funding. So we use ENG funds, we use Maine MEIF funds, or the Maine Economic Investment Funds, and MAPIS funds. 47 employees serving nearly 23,000 people on an annual basis. Next slide, please. Again, we're looking at the same operational opportunities. So we're considering how we manage our facilities to reduce our costs. We're looking at where our footprint is. We're looking at reducing our lease spaces and consolidating where it might be possible onto owned or shared spaces with other system offices. And then we're looking for opportunities to further activate the economic development, in particular right now with the congressionally directed spending investment in CCAR for aquaculture. And then looking at Maine marine workforce development opportunities as well. Next slide, please. Just for your information, not necessarily relevant today, but want you to know that we do lease specialized advanced research space in a number of locations, in particular for the Composite Center, so in Brunswick, in Portland, and then we have a FBRI facility here in Orono. Next slide, please. And then we also operate the Bangor, downtown Bangor, the Zillman Art Museum. And it's the only art museum in the Bangor area. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it back over to Sabrina to talk about how we might use this information and engage you in our conversation and strategic re-envisioning.
Great. Thanks, Kelly. So we're trying to see this as an opportunity to explore some intersections here. So we have these 3 themes that have come up in the slides that Kelly was just talking about, looking at operational efficiencies, opportunities, perhaps particularly opportunities for research development and enhancement, and then workforce development. These are all things that intersect with the 4 themes that you identified as being of particular interest, around space allocation, optimizing academic units, optimizing research centers and institutes, and economic development. And so we're going to have, I believe, people elect into which of those top 3 that you would be interested in exploring. And the goal is to kind of, take, say you opt into operational efficiencies, take that and see, well, what could we think about maybe particularly focusing on these offsite locations, places where we connect with communities in different ways? What can we think about in terms of any or all of these: space, academics, research, economic development, and just generate some ideas. We are at a point in this process where we are very much in a community engagement space. And so really looking to get good ideas from, outside of, we've been quite focused internally, of course, on opportunities at the institution, but, we'd like to move beyond that as well. So I think that you all have a plan for how people are going to be choosing and getting into groups, and Lee, I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, I believe Serge has posted 3 links in the chat, which should coordinate to 3 breakout groups under the themes selected here. The idea would be to select the one that's most appealing to you, engaging conversation as Sabrina just described. Marge, do you think 20, 30 minutes? How long do you think we should keep this session going?
So actually because there really are a few of us here at this point in terms of members. And I'm wondering if it makes, and I'm tossing this out, if it makes more sense to spend, say, 20 minutes on each of the A, B, and C as a larger group so everybody gets to hear what's going on, or if it makes sense to go into individual groups. And part of that's because I hate report backs, but that's a question. So I'm asking members for some input into that. Does it make sense to just be able to have these conversations as a larger group? Because we're not all that larger group right now. We've got a couple of people coming back, by the way. Thoughts?
Brian says they'd like to stay in the larger group.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you, Ryan.
I'm happy to stay in a larger group.
Okay. Well,
Sounds good.
That works for us.
Sure.
all right. So why don't we, I mean, we can the other way we can do is we can start with having the operational efficiencies conversation. And if it feels like we need to do something different with the other two, we can. Well, let's give it a shot.
I also, the president just reminded me, I want to make sure that we take a moment. If anyone has questions about what we just presented or needs clarification on any points before moving into discussion, we're certainly happy to entertain those as well.
My only question was, in terms of the timeline, I mean, as with all timelines, obviously, this one's a bit delayed. And I'm just wondering going back to like almost that first slide in terms of here are the different parts, where you actually are right now, regardless of what the date says on it, where you are in your process. It sounds like
Ellie, would you like
backs
to
have come
with that, since I know you're thinking strongly about the transition into the next part of the process, or?
Sure, I'm happy to take that one. So I will say that strategic re-envisioning, while there is kind of a linear timeline that is leading us to a first round of recommendations, it's an ongoing process. So it's right now we're finishing up with phase 2. Which is really developing project ideas, criteria for evaluation, and we're now beginning a phase 3, which is taking lots and lots of ideas that have been brought forth. So we've had an open tool on campus where people can submit ideas through an online portal. We've done a number of engagement sessions. We've opened it up for one-on-one coffee talks, coffee chats to bring ideas forward. So we have lists of over 100 ideas that we now are sorting into the themes and will run against, if you will, the criteria that has started to emerge from the working groups. So from there, we'll be taking a number of those to move into very specific or concrete actions that we would like to evaluate as the institution. And what we'd like to take from today's conversation is ideas that you would like to add into that mix. It's perfect timing for us now to then be able to consider those as a part of our next phase of review. We will elect a number of those that we think they're actionable, they're worth going into the next level of analysis on, and be able to evaluate to implement in the shorter term. So that shorter term is the next fiscal year, the fiscal year after. So the year to 2 year time frame for the 2 year. We will then have a number of other big ideas that come out of it that we anticipate that will emerge, that will need further due diligence, further evaluation, further data to be able to evaluate. And we'll run those as a parallel. And those will be the 2, 3, 4 year ideas. And we'll continue to evaluate those into the early part of next year, and then go through a similar process of vetting them to when and how might we implement those. So the timeline, again, it's iterative, and we'll keep going. But we plan to have some very concrete ideas in the January, February timeframe that we'll be able to build both into the budgeting process as well as our multi-year financial plan as a potential outcome. In addition to, more importantly, the how we imagine ourselves going forward and how it will impact our student outcomes, how it will impact our research outcomes, how it will impact our engagement with the community.
And will some of that will information and updates will be available on the website for this process or the?
Yes, we will continue to update the president's strategic re-envisioning website with information as it becomes available. So in short order, we'll have some summaries of the information that have come from the working teams will be published there. So we'll continue to publish the information that becomes available through the website.
Great. Lee, if you could put that in the chat so people can have that link, that would be great. Thank you. Great. Okay, let's get started. Are we pulling up a slide for the Group A?
Oh, sorry, I was trying to get the strategic re-envisioning website.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry.
We can send it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so instead we can move back to pulling up a slide if that's.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not on my computer, so I was typing extremely slowly. On mine, it comes up practically immediately. So I'm not sure who was managing slides, if it was Joe or Serge, but could we maybe go back to the last slide that had the different groups so we can remind ourselves of what we're.
Yeah, I think the first prompt was, we would love to get your ideas around operational efficiency. So how might we maybe save some money, be more efficient across the state so that we can invest in programming and activity and opportunities that have a greater impact. So looking for your ideas. Are there opportunities for space consolidation? Are there ideas for how we manage or how we might partner with local entities in a different way than we are today? Are there ideas? I'm not coming up with a good example, but that's
what you're here for. If we could go to maybe the last slide in the deck, I think that would be the one that has the kind of reminders of what we're looking at.
There we go. Operational efficiencies. Do you want to seed this a little bit in terms of maybe some of the things that have come from the groups or things that you've seen to give us a little direction, or if there's anybody on the committee that wants to just jump in, please do. Yes, Kevin. There you go.
Just as an example, Highmore Farm, if we were there, I believe what I was told was only about a third of the acreage is being utilized currently. So if you were to look at the other 2/3, you know, have there been considerations of, you know, how to utilize that for research, production, education? Is that an ongoing evaluation?
So Kevin, I can say from MAFIS, yes, it is. We're looking into options, working with Kelly to figure out what can be done with that additional acreage. We have we have a building we've got to deal with some cleanup that was given to us how many years ago?
Sure.
A long time ago, and it has some complicated demolition involved because of the materials in the building. So there are some complexities to that specific issue, but I think what you bring up is a critical topic for me to understand, for the experiment station to understand. And by the way, I just want to make one correction that we've been trying to make with your team. There's one experiment station, and it's the umbrella for all of those aspects related to the research federal side. We have 5 farms under that experiment station.
That's probably I apologize. That's my misspeaking there.
We've been working with the board to try to clarify all that. So anyway, so I think your input into those ideas, what we can do. So Kevin, yes, you and I talked about cattle, and I know Lee would love to bring some bison to whatever. So having that input and determining what is the best use, certainly from research, but also how we partner best with extension, with what we're using for the resources of the farm, but then what are the revenue generating options? That's incredibly important. I think we're moving off a little bit on SRE, but I didn't mean to bring us off topic.
No, I mean,
I
maybe
think that's fine.
will help in generating like the types of ideas that have been coming forward from that online tool that Kelly mentioned. Like they are specific and operational, and so don't feel like to contribute to the conversation that we have to be up here somewhere. Like we're very open to hearing all sorts of things. So yeah. I see there's a hand up, I think, from
Eric.
So there's a whole SRE, it looks like, on centers and institutions, and one of the common themes, of course, in all these is consolidation and cost savings. It seems like there's been more centers and institutions popping up at the university. Every year there's another one or two. It seems like, and often they come with their own new, president of this or executive director of that. Has there been any thought to looking into consolidation of these centers and institutions, and how much potentially additional that may be costing the university in terms of upper administration?
Yeah, there's lots of great ideas that have been submitted. None of them have been vetted yet, but there's ideas around how we can maximize the research around marine by considering consolidations. There's a whole bunch of different ideas that have been submitted. We're just starting to sort through that and taking a look at the criteria that Sharmila and her working team have put together around that. So it's both about how do we maximize and create greater research potential. So increasing our indirect cost returns associated with those, the overhead associated with the research grants, as well as seeking where there may be potential administrative efficiencies, whether senior level or administrative staff within those functions. Ideas have been presented across the board. No, nothing's been vetted yet, though.
One of the things we raised at the last meeting was the idea of doing a couple of in-depth Zoom meetings, inviting the entire committee, but not necessarily as a committee meeting. And one of those had to do with sort of helping some of us who aren't as familiar with the structure to better understand MAFIS and then institutes and centers and just all of the terminology that gets tossed around, and what do they do and what is their structure and how do they interact? And that might be helpful for us also moving forward. But I think it sort of almost feeds into what Eric was saying, in that it's sometimes, at least for me, hard to understand those things. So.
Could I follow up, Marge?
Yeah.
Kelly, you mentioned in terms of administrative efficiencies, potentially upper administration, but also lower administrative type positions. And I wonder if you're considering consolidation of lower administrative type of positions. I guess I don't know. It seems like there should be some caution there, because often if a lower administrative position is pulled, it means someone from faculty or somewhere else ends up taking on more work and can do less of the work they're supposed to be doing. Has anybody looked into the overall trends in the university in terms of upper versus lower administration and faculty? Because of course, a couple of extra positions every year in upper administration cost the university a lot more than cutting 10 or 20 positions in lower administration would save.
Yeah, Eric, those are really important considerations, and I think those questions are being asked in actually in a number of the groups that you have here. So, and also the theme 14 that Sabrina set up front. So, for example, in the academic units, there's a question around organizational structure and upper administration within academic units. Within the research centers and institutes, the same questions are being asked. And then the same thing there's an administrative efficiencies group that is looking at administration, both at that senior level as well as across the institution. And I think if you look at some of the materials they've put together, I think our faculty and staff have been very thoughtful in considering the implications of any decisions. And so they've been evaluating the positive and negative impacts of different kinds of decisions that may be made without considering a specific alternative. So how is that going to impact morale? How is that going to impact the culture of the institution? How is that going to impact workload for faculty? How is that going to impact our ability to deliver on our mission? So they've gone through and they've provided us with some pretty concrete positive and negative impacts that need to be considered in any sort of decision evaluation. And that's really been a core part of this phase 2 work. And I think it's important to consider at every juncture in decision making. So thank you for raising that.
Thank you. Sebastian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And apologies for being a little late back to the party. In the discussion around institutes and cross departmental efforts or institutions, I want to be very clear here. The Aquaculture Research Institute, under the director, Dr. Debbie Bouchard, was created in part because of industry pressure on the university, because the university was not serving our needs. And in fact, some of the traditional schools, in some cases, were actually antagonistic to our sector. And so I think in the assessment of the role of cross-departmental institutions, I hope those histories are remembered. And I hope also, frankly, that the productivity of those institutes is not viewed by some of the classical departments in the university as being competing with the productivity of their particular departments. I think in the case of the Aquaculture Research Institute, you look at the kinds of money that they are bringing in. If you split that among 2 or 3 different departments in the university, it would make the departments look great, but it wouldn't necessarily achieve the goals that the private sector needs. And so I have heard there are some tensions within the university around the institutes versus the classical departments, and I think that is particularly short-sighted, and especially in aquaculture, where we are essentially a multidisciplinary field. And so the ability to draw in faculty from many different departments and have them work together under an umbrella which has a clear mission that is related to our sector is very important to us as stakeholders.
Great, thank you. That's valuable feedback.
Can I just chime in on that one, Sebastian? One of our themes, and it's not one of the ones that we're speaking with you about today, but it's getting a tremendous amount of attention, is the concept of being what we're calling a learner-focused R1 institution, which is a way to take up these questions about the very sharp boundaries in some cases that do exist between what I would call the sort of traditional academic departmental and college side, and then the research institutes and centers. I'm trying to find you to look at you. Oh, there you are. It's very confusing on Zoom. But anyway, that is one of the themes. It's not the one we're talking about today, but point well taken. And it's very important to me personally and professionally, and specifically, that this is taken up in great depth, and our teams are doing so. So stay tuned.
Great. Well, thank you for that, and appreciate your being willing to listen to my.
Yep.
Other questions? I I guess I have more of a statement than a question in some ways. I mean, every time I see the word consolidation, and I apply it to rural, I panic, because generally consolidation means moving to areas that are more efficient, physically moving to areas more efficient, more population, that sort of thing. And there's this built-in urban bias in public policy that leaves rural in the lurch often. And because we're the most rural state in the country, because our population is equally dispersed over that land mass, for all intents and purposes, and the needs of the people who live in those really rural areas is what the land grant is all about. As we're talking about consolidation, as we're talking about efficiency, to just make sure that yes, it's important to understand how it's going to impact faculty, how it's going to impact students. It's also important to understand how it's going to impact communities and industries, and that in some cases it's going to be more expensive in order to do services in a particular way, but that's the way they ought to be done, and then figure out how to get from here to there. I was a Head Start director for years, and we would get dinged on our budget every year because we spent so much on transportation. And my argument was, I will drive down a 5-mile dirt road to pick up a kid living with his grandmother before I will go into an apartment building and pick up 10 kids, which is cheaper, because that one kid needs that service a whole lot more than maybe 5 kids who all live together. So, I just want to just make sure that is kind of a central piece of this, as we're talking about, the agriculture, forestry, aquaculture, fishing, and whatever, that, where the need isn't always where it's the easiest to provide the service. So.
Thank you for that feedback. We'll make sure that we keep that in consideration and build it into the positive and negative impacts of any evaluation. When I think about efficiencies, I think, to be honest, it's more about, we have 4 custodial groups on campus operated by different supervisors. Could we consider bringing that into a group? So just to be really clear, talking about efficiencies so we have facilities teams across the state of Maine at each of the different farms and experiment stations. And we have Highmore, that's not so far from the University of Maine at Augusta, but further from Orono. Might there be a more efficient partnership with Augusta to help us oversee the facilities to make sure that Highmore is getting the support in a more efficient way than having folks travel from Orono? So those are the kind of, when I think about efficiencies, those are the kinds of things that are in the back of my mind, just for clarity, when we're talking about it.
Thank you. No, and yeah, I mean, all of those things make sense, and I understand they're all on the table, and yeah, great. Other thoughts?
Marge.
Amber, and then Eric.
Thanks. I just had a question, if folks from the university could clarify what will be different about the new Food Innovation Lab and the current Food Venture Center. I'm a little unclear about how they are different.
Amber, I'll take this one. It's Hannah of the Owl will pick me up here pretty soon. But so we have the wonderful Matthew Highlands pilot plant here on campus, which Rob Dumas is the director of, which really helps. And I'll use you, Amber, as an example. You come in and are want some help in research and product development, and again, working through Rob or working through other researchers on campus, can hopefully develop a really cool product, which I know has been done. But the limiting factor is the commercial kitchen side of things. And so the Food Innovation Center would then take a product of Amber's, if you had no other facility, and really take you to the next step of scale up and commercialization, so you could sell that product. So we look at it as a partnership, is that next step. So you've now, reached out to us to help you in the development and research phase of it, and now you want to try to scale it up. We will have a space for you to do that, with the, still having the partnerships and collaborations to help support that product development. And the really cool thing is, with our new partnership with Sodexo across campus, is they're very interested in products that are developed from our new Food Innovation Center, and how could they possibly be an end user of those products as well. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Eric.
Thanks. In our last meeting, there was some good conversation brought up, I think, by the executive director of the Association of Land-Grant Universities around some of the appointment structures under MAFIS and extension, and how some places have, for example, terms for certain appointments, or maybe even flexibility potentially, more inherent flexibility in these appointments, so that as folks go through their career and maybe they get more interested in, direct engagement with industries, or maybe their research takes them in another direction, that there's more flexibility in those appointments, especially, of course, MAFIS and extension, and wondering if, I think that kind of thing could potentially allow those folks that are on appointments to have more of an appreciation and understanding of what those appointments are really for. For example, MEIF, economic development, for the 7 target sectors. So has there been any conversation about that, or is that sort of appointment structure part of the SRE process?
I think the answer is it's both, Eric. We were constantly talking about sort of which funds are paying which people and through which kinds of appointments and arrangements, because that all can stay pretty flexible for us, and we can be constantly working on it. As openings come up, or as we hear about needs, we're encouraging discussion not only of tenure stream appointments, but of term appointments and 3-year appointments and other kinds of arrangements. There's language used elsewhere in academia that describes a professor of practice as an appointment. There are some challenges for us to use that exact language, but we can use the concept of it, where you bring practitioners on board for particular projects or particular initiatives. We do have examples of all of those in one form or another here at the university. I think our administrative group for SRE will help us perhaps to see what those possibilities look like. And at the same time, making sure other places where I've been, this is a problem with graduate students. They didn't know from where they were paid, because often with graduate students, you're piecing together money from multiple different grants or different projects. And so I think it was at Michigan State, we undertook the process of trying to be sure every student knew where their appointment came from. And we can continue to make sure we're doing that with faculty and staff as well. Good suggestions.
Okay, we have spent about 20 minutes on this. And so if I don't see any more hands, we will move on to topic 2, which of course I didn't write down.
That was the one around opportunity. And I think we were thinking about that particularly in terms of opportunities in the research space, sort of extension of research, that kind of thing.
Okay.
But of course, open to other relevant suggestions.
Opportunities. Who's got thoughts about opportunities? Kevin, we'll take it. Just write a check.
I'll circle back to Highmore Farm again and my initial question. So while I'm a poor representative because I work specifically with one species, I think there's a tremendous trend towards farms being diversified and doing multiple commodities, multiple livestock species, multiple crops to try to make themselves profitable and be efficient. So unfortunately, as I look at the research farms around the state, they were all established largely around a specific commodity. And so it's going to be difficult for them to gain efficiencies, I guess, to me, under that kind of structure. So I'm wondering, again, back to the unused acreage at Highmore, rather than have one species move in with whether it be, however large that might be, and to take up all of that area. Maybe a more holistic model would include multiple uses to try to replicate what's going on out on Maine farms. So that kind of covers both an opportunity and hopefully an opportunity to be efficient.
Great suggestion. Mary, and then Sebastian. Mary, you're still muted. Oh, there she is.
Okay, sorry, my
That's okay.
phone is just acting up. So one of the things that really I see a great area for opportunity is the Food Innovation Center and maybe working with like dairy promotion. And because the National Dairy Promotion, Dairy Marketing Inc., they are really looking to find new ways to get milk into products, and they work with restaurants around the country. So this might be a way that there could be like a partnership between the university and DMI to maybe get some funds for the university, but at the same time promote dairy and find new uses for dairy. And it could be like create some food or something from milk that our dairy farmers could, if they're small, like, because we do have some farms that do direct marketing to their farms, might be a value added product for the university.
Excellent. Sebastian.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of thoughts. In the aquaculture world, there are really 3 universities in the world which are viewed as the preeminent training universities. One is Kinkai University in Japan, University of Bergen in Norway, and Stirling University in Scotland. And each of those universities attract people from all over the world for their programs, particularly their master's programs, and in some cases, some of their other training programs. UMaine has, in my mind, the best cold water aquaculture facilities of any university in North America, including Canada at this stage of the game. And I think there's an opportunity which is being missed with respect to positioning the university as a national and international training center, as a place where people would come to be trained in the aquaculture sector. One of the reasons that I say this is because we're one of the few states in the country that actually has an aquaculture industry. And so there's an ability to not only have those facilities used as training facilities, but also to then partner with the private sector and the farms. And it doesn't mean that, everybody who comes to UMaine would stay in Maine and become aquaculture entrepreneurs or aquaculture workers. But if you look at the people who have been through those 3 programs on a global basis, they are essentially the who's who of the middle and upper level management or owners of the world aquaculture sector. And UMaine and Maine has an opportunity to kind of compete in that space, I think, and it would be a revenue stream for the university. So, because people pay to go to those institutions and do those degrees, as opposed to expecting to get a graduate research or student stipend. So I really think that's worth looking at and asking the question, would you be competitive in that space? And if so, what would you have to do that? The closest we have in the United States is LSU, which has a big contract with the Department of State to train Peace Corps volunteers. And many of those folks then go on to work in aquaculture in other countries. So that's another kind of interesting model. I don't know whether the university has looked at that. And then the final opportunity I'd just like to highlight is, to my knowledge, in the United States at least, there is little or no intellectual capacity around aquatic animal plant health. And seaweed is a growing sector both in the United States and other countries. And it's only a matter of time before we run into pathology issues with aquatic animal plants. And I think if UMaine acquired that expertise, they would be well positioned to kind of get out in front as a recognized expert in that regard. And it's a big hole in the intellectual capital in this country. And certainly UMaine would be a good place to fill that hole, and then use that as a way to both attract students to the training programs, but also position for grant funding coming from the outside, because it is going to be an issue as the aquatic plant sector, as the seaweed sector develops over time.
Excellent, thank you. Other thoughts? I'm going to put on my non-livestock hat for a minute, put on an apple hat, which I have one tree. But just one of the things that we've heard in these meetings a lot is the change in the apple industry, that we used to have an apple industry that was very much wholesale, and it is now specialty, value added, you pick, with a minimal amount of wholesale. And I'm just wondering if, sort of building on what Mary was talking about, that, looking at, whether it's different uses, different products, that sort of thing, given that, we have a good apple resource in the state, research wise at Highmore. But that might be another one. And maybe even just taking, Mary's idea and thinking about it along a number of products where the environment has changed for those products, and and how could we be at the leading edge and attracting funding for doing that by talking about the the economic challenge that various industries face. And maybe that's something where we could access some federal money or industry money or whatever, but just sort of tagging on to Mary's good idea. Other thoughts about opportunities?
Marge, can I just chime in 1 second? I want to support one thing that Eric said earlier around the agricultural engineering needs. Yeah. I think that's a real need, and it's not just for blueberries, it's across many of the agricultural commodities, and we have that same need in aquaculture. And I think that's something that I really hope that the university takes that feedback seriously and looks at how they may be able to get some expertise in that regard, which is specialized around ag engineering, but maybe not overly specialized about an individual commodity, that it has the ability to move between commodities and their engineering needs. I think that's something that, and we as a board of ag have been kind of repeatedly highlighting that as a need over the years. This is not the first time that we've raised it. So, yep. But I did just want to make the point of supporting what Eric was saying, because I think it's an important point.
It's a very important point. And I'll tell you, the place to look is Taiwan. It's fascinating. I mean, they have really small farms, and they do an amazing job of creating the equipment that they need in order to manage those small farms. And when I was in DC, especially, I tried so hard to sort of expand on those connections, but whatever. And sort of, again, piggybacking on that, one of the things that we found here, right, we run between 40 and 80 goats, and it was not affordable for us to go buy 50-pound bags of feed. And we're a multi-species farm. So we've got pigs, we've got poultry, and we've got goats. And we wanted a way to be able to create an affordable feed for all of them. And frankly, we were told at one point by the university that we were too small and it was never going to happen. So Joe took that as a challenge. And so we are now grinding and mixing our own feed at about half the price of what a 50-pound bag is. And it has made all the difference in the world in terms of us staying in business. And that's the kind of work that needs to be done in order to support whether it's multi-species, whether it's aquaculture, whether it's agriculture, whatever. It's that kind of engineering thinking, looking at a problem, but as Sebastian said, being able to take, some of that knowledge and spreading it over a number of opportunities, because there's a lot of struggling going on out there, and trying to keep prices affordable really requires that kind of engineering. Other thoughts? Other thoughts on opportunities? We're actually right on time, so let's just go to workforce development. Yay. Thoughts about workforce development? Workforce support. I think we talked about some of these earlier in terms of certificate programs, and maybe one of the things we could think about at the trade show for people that are involved in agriculture, what kind of training do you need? What kind of training does your staff need? What kind of training, what is going to work for you? I mean, that's all certainly workforce development.
Marge, if I could, this is Hannah,
Please.
if I could add something to that, and I don't think Commissioner Beal is with us on the Zoom
Not right
anymore.
now, no.
She is part of the New England or Northeastern group of commissioners and secretaries of ag, and they've been working with our Northeast group of extension directors, and workforce development is a common topic that both groups are spending a considerable amount of time with. That's all to say, stay tuned, because I think we're going to try to do a workforce development session at the trade show, TBD. But I think that topic, and it may just be around collecting data, as you just talked about, like doing some sort of survey or some sort of activity to try to get at the workforce development needs. So I just add that kind of in addition to the conversations around SRE.
Right. Well, and you did the panel. You were part of the panel at NEASTA, because I was there. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
It was very good. Other thoughts about workforce development? I went to when they did the soft opening or soft groundbreaking. I don't know what it was, but anyway, the Witter Farm thing. I was so incredibly impressed with this young woman who, student graduating sometime this spring. And one of her comments was, and I'm ready to work on a dairy farm. So if you're looking, give me a call. And I mean, to me, that was just the absolute epitome of what we need to be doing. It was really exciting to hear her and her energy and enthusiasm in terms of going into dairy, and that she was ready for that. And I think Witter's a key part of that, obviously, but so I think it's a combination of the certificate stuff, the training stuff, and really looking at and asking the industries and the individuals, what is it you need? Yes, Sebastian.
Yeah, sorry to keep chiming in here, but I have to run in about 10 minutes. And I think with respect to workforce, and this is completely a naive take on this, because I am not an academician. I do not live in the academy. But it seems to me that the tenure system is constructed in such a way that it doesn't necessarily reward people who are doing workforce training work. It really focuses on grants. It really focuses on publications. The workforce training stuff tends not to be sexy. I can say from our perspective in the aquaculture sector, it is one of our top priorities. And I think, again, I keep chiming in and singing her praises, but I think the work that Debbie Bouchard is doing around her credentialing programs, her certificate programs, is really important work and is filling a need that virtually nobody else is filling. And the most important piece around that, I think, is the reach out back to the farming sector to find out, okay, what do you folks need? Where are the gaps that you're not getting from people who are coming out of traditional academic master's programs or graduate programs? And there are, at least in our sector, there are a lot. Somebody can come out of a master's program, and if you put them in charge of a farm, they could be an absolute unmitigated disaster. And it's because they're not being given the skill sets or the training that they need to do that. So I think some of that mid-level workforce training stuff, which isn't traditionally recognized within the academic educational community, and folks aren't rewarded for doing that kind of stuff. We got to find a way to build that into university programs and have that be something that people are recognized for. And I don't know what the solution is. I'm not an academic, but I think that's a glitch, because people are, I think from a professional point of view, internally, they are taking a risk by putting time and energy into those kinds of programs because they're not typically recognized under the tenure system.
So Sebastian, that's a great point, and if it's all right, I'll just jump in.
Okay.
On that. You know, it's interesting. Higher ed is at the cutting edge, right, of so many things. But sometimes when it comes to promotion and tenure, you're right. It can be fairly slow. I will say here, though, at the University of Maine, those things are taken into account, and we're seeing those change all the time. So if you look at a lot of the positions that we've hired in recent years, you know, so like extension has a number, and Dean Carter mentioned it earlier, like the position, you know, with business and extension. She has them in, you know, computer science and extension. The same with ELH. They're all over the place now, these kind of joint positions, et cetera. And a lot of them are, when they're brought in, are going to be focusing on those areas, and they will actually be getting credit in promotion and tenure as they move forward. It is a constant education, though, because there are some more traditional areas that may not want to give as much credence to perhaps on, you know, like work and economic development, et cetera. But I would say anywhere from certainly at the dean level on up, it's absolutely very much recognized. And when we go through promotion and tenure, it's done at several levels as it goes up. But the academy, you know, like I said, can be really cutting edge on some things and then slow to move in other areas. But I would say what I have found in the last 5 years here at the University of Maine is there's really a lot of emphasis in this area and a lot of credit that faculty will get. Sometimes faculty actually don't want to go in those areas too. That's another side. But we are more and more hiring people that really want to bridge that gap.
If I could add to that too, Sebastian, something we're starting to see more and more, and I think it has to do with some of the feedback and advocacy of groups like the Board of Ag. A lot of the grant proposals now require a component of workforce development. I was just meeting with Rachel Schottman, you know, a faculty member here, and we were trying to scope out what that component might look like in a SAS grant, and how she would go out and actually survey producers and find out what sort of training skills are they seeing in our graduates and what would they need. So I think from the funding standpoint, we're starting to see that more and more in lots of different federal grants. And so I think that tide is turning, and that automatically then leads into what faculty are using on their packets. So.
Tori.
Yeah, I for sure have seen that evolution as well. And I'm not surprised it's driving changes at the university level, because you guys live or die by grants. So that makes sense to me. And I'm really glad to hear that that kind of work is being recognized within the tenure session. I was not aware of that. So that's great to hear. Thank you.
Tori.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that with an extension, we actually value the impacts very, very highly in the tenure process. So while we do have teaching and research as expectations for all of our faculty members, it's the story that they tell and the impacts that they're making on our economy that carry the most weight for those folks to get through the tenure process. So when we are well staffed and we have enough folks to do that work, I think we're well positioned to do so.
Great. Thank you. Other comments in terms of workforce? Ideas, thoughts, concerns? We are now slightly ahead of schedule. All right. Thank you all, and thank you, university folks, for walking us through this process, and very much look forward to seeing more of what's coming out of the various teams and what issues are going to be, and please send us updates to, if we need to be reminded to check the website or something, it would be nice to just sort of get a ping about that, since we're all headed in such different directions most of the time.
Thank you, Sabrina, very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sabrina.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, well.
Sabrina took careful notes as you all spoke, which suggests to me that these ideas are going to show up in our roster of ideas for vetting. So thank you.
Thank you. And I mean, this part of this meeting, I think, is exactly the kind of information that we have been wanting to share for a long time, and make sure that we are, sort of part of the ongoing process, and not just sort of whiners at the end complaining about something that happened and like, oh my God, we didn't know about that. So it's really very, very helpful to have, a better understanding of what this process is, how it's moving, and for us to have input and bring along, the rest of our buddies in the ag community. So thank you very much for listening. So great. The piece that I did skip over, I'm sorry, somebody? No, okay. The piece that I did skip over was, we did talk about the Ag Trade Show and the Hall of Flags, but I skipped over future meeting dates and themes for two reasons. One is I need to do a little more work on that and share it with everybody, so that we can pull that piece together. What I do know is that we would normally be scheduled for our next meeting in December, and due to staffing changes and temporary leave and all that sort of stuff, there is not the capacity to do that. So we are not going to be meeting in December. And what I will do is get back to everyone via email in terms of what the schedule would look like for next year for the 4 meetings that we want to have. And we've kind of outlined the topics already previously, so I can pull that stuff together. But we will figure out those times and see what's going to work for people, and also build in some of this so that we might get, for example, updates on strategic plan or re-envisioning, and the other things that are happening. So that's, so just to know that. Any questions about that? Okay. New business. I have been appointed to the Easy Enrollment Advisory Group, which has to do with the healthcare exchange that Maine has set up, which I'm absolutely thrilled that Maine has set up. And one of the we had our first meeting the end of last week, and I just basically talked ag and rural resources the whole meeting. And it turns out that that actually is one of their priority outreach groups. And so I am working with the staff because I think it's important for us to figure out ways to create some marketing information that will appeal to farmers, foresters, fishermen, aquaculture, whatever, rather than just kind of the usual human services feeling stuff that maybe a lot of people don't read. And I've also talked to Rhiannon with rural development about having a conversation with the easy enrollment folks about how we might be able to get some of that information out via USDA. So if you have a group and that group is going to be meeting at some time in the future and you would like to have more information about helping people to get enrolled during this open season, let me know and I will find out who to connect you with in that office and we'll move forward. But keeping people healthy is important, and I think it's particularly true in industries where people are at risk of being injured, if nothing else, that it's important that they have health insurance or at least know what their opportunities are. If they choose not to, that's entirely up to them. So that's my update. And maybe, Hannah, we could even include something in some of the newsletters that are going out about enrollment for healthcare. So,
Marge, I think if you email it to Tori could put it out to the Maine Farmer Resource Network. Okay. That will go out to a lot of partner organizations, unless you're already on that listserv.
Yes, I can do that. And the Maine Farm News goes out every 2 weeks, and that could be a great feature.
Great. Excellent. It was fun to have a foot in both my camps, health and agriculture. So there you go. Eric, do you want to talk about AgCom? Eric, where's Eric? Oh, there you are. Okay. You moved.
So Marge asked me if I could provide a little bit of, I guess, sort of a report back of sorts on some recent conversations we've had in the Agricultural Council of Maine. Some of you folks are members of AgCom here, and some of you came to represent and to join and give context from the perspective of Extension and MAPHIS, and we appreciate that. So for the past, so first, the Agricultural Council of Maine is sort of an organization of agricultural organizations here in the state. We meet every month. I'm the president of the Ag Council of Maine. For the past 2 meetings, we've included discussion of issues and opportunities at the University of Maine, very similar conversations to some of the ones we've had in the Board of Ag. And I wanted to try to get from the folks around the table at AgCom a better understanding, sort of an aggregate of the answers to a couple of questions, similar to some of the feedback that it looks like the board might be looking for at the Ag Trade Show. So are there faculty positions that your sector would like the university to consider? Are there staff support positions that are needed? Are there facility or infrastructure needs that your sector thinks are needed? And then also, and importantly, what other questions should we be asking? That led us down the road to talking about funding and allocations to MAPHIS and Extension. Myself and many others are concerned about the level of allocations, recognizing the university's budget is continuing to be a challenge, but seeing that there are cuts to MAPHIS and Extension, we sort of asked the question around AgCom, what are there things that we can do to take an active role to try to find opportunities for additional direct support, direct allocation support, potentially through the state, probably through the state, to MAPHIS and Extension. To that end, we invited Senator Bennett to come to our last meeting. He was one of the originators of the Maine Economic Improvement Fund and spent half an hour or so with us, gave us a nice overview of MEIF. And one of the outcomes of that meeting was that he felt we really needed sort of an ag sector or a sector by sector analysis of what the benefits of MEIF have been to those sectors. And so to put a finer point on that, and to tie it to some of the other work going on, I know that Extension has an ag roadmap, for example. I think, Madam President, at this meeting, you mentioned some other potential surveys that you were doing around, or that were being done around, ROIs in different sectors, and the support for those sectors of the university. I think through some of that work, it would potentially be very helpful to sort of ask the question of the existing supports for these sectors, MEIF, MAFIS, et cetera. What's the ROI on them? How does that compare to other sectors? So we can have better information about maybe where the opportunities would lie. If there's any questions, I probably got a little lost at the end there. But if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to clarify.
Well, Eric, certainly if there's anything kind of written from AgCom that summarizes their interest, that would be good to have, and I'm always happy to talk, as you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, the best thing that's written so far are minutes. You probably don't want those. We are developing, and we have a document out there where every sector will put in, hopefully, sort of their answers to those questions. And then the goal of that is to provide that back to the Board of Ag here. So definitely when that is complete, that will certainly come your way.
Great.
But I think, we're also very interested in trying to find opportunities to bring direct funding to MAFIS and Extension. And I don't know yet where that's going to go. But obviously, if it has the support of the board here, if it has the support of the university, those efforts are much more likely to bear fruit.
Thank you for that. We'll, of course, stay tuned. I don't know if Sam or anyone else wants to comment at this point, or we'll watch how your efforts unfold. Sam's nodding. Good.
Okay.
Keep us posted.
Any other new business to come before the board? If not, we are actually quite early. And I appreciate everybody staying. I think the conversation around the re-envisioning as a larger group actually worked out really, really well. So we all got to hear what everybody said, and I think that was really helpful. So thank you for your flexibility in that. Be on the lookout for an email with a number of pieces of information, including the Ag Trade Show, a suggested meeting schedule, topics, and we'll be looking forward to feedback on all of that. And as I said, we will not be meeting in December, but we will pick things up in the winter. And the new, after the election and swearing in, there'll be a new agriculture committee, and or who knows? I mean, some people on it will be new, I'm sure. And one of the things that we've been talking about is making sure that they're on our mailing list, the entire committee, so that they can be involved in some of the discussions that we're having as well, so that we can create a stronger relationship with them as we're moving forward. Anything else for the good of the order? Chair would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I don't want to slow up the motion to adjourn, but I am
that's fine.
Going to just thank you all again. This has been an extremely helpful day from our perspective. So many ideas, so many constructive, collaborative thoughts about how we can keep moving forward to do what we care about, which is to support agriculture in the state of Maine. So thank you. Looking forward to what's next, and I'll get out of the way of these motions in seconds.
No, that's fine. Actually, motion to adjourn does not require a second, however.
Okay.
But no, and thank you for your staff. I know it took a lot to pull all of that stuff together and to follow along in our conversations. And I'm speaking on behalf of the board, I really do appreciate it and look forward to this process continuing, and also feel that this has been a really good day. So thank you. And again, thank you for being willing to zoom in and now go enjoy an extra hour of the afternoon and do something good. Have fun.
Thank you, everyone.